Everything was getting your brain off.
Can a motion to adopt this?
So moved.
I'll
Second.
You can have a second.
All right. We're on the same page.
Been moved and seconded by, you know who? Okay. Call.
President Clyde,
Yes.
Vice President Masumoto,
Yes.
Member Burton,
Yes.
Member Robles.
Yes.
Member Tapscott Munson.
Yes.
Chair will entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes from the April 17 meeting.
So moved. I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call vote?
President Clyde,
Yes.
Vice President Masumoto,
Yes.
Member Burton,
Yes.
Member Robles.
Yes.
Member Tapscott Munson.
Yes.
Now a fun one. Employee of the month.
We're so proud to recognize Lindsay Camacho, special day class teacher for moderate, severe students in the Special Education Integrated Sites Department as the May 2025 Employee of the Month. Lindsay teaches at Jackson Elementary School in Sanger Unified, working with TK through third grade students in our extensive support needs program. She excels at both as both a special educator and mentor, building a strong instructional team in her classroom. Lindsay sets high expectations for her paraeducators and provides consistent training and support, helping them effectively meet students' needs. This year, Lindsay has also taken on additional leadership roles as an induction coach for first-year teachers and a panel member for the peer assistance and coaching programs, where she reviews coaching logs and supports teachers who need additional guidance. In her classroom, Lindsay fosters a safe, inclusive environment where every student feels valued. She encourages communication in multiple ways for her primarily nonverbal students, ensuring they can express themselves and have their needs met. One of Lindsay's most remarkable strengths is her ability to build meaningful relationships with students, families, and colleagues. She takes the time to understand each child's strengths, challenges, and interests, ensuring they receive personalized support to grow academically, socially, and emotionally. Lindsay, you are an essential part of the Integrated Sites 1 program, and we are grateful for the knowledge, care, and leadership you bring to our students and families. You exemplify the spirit of Team FCSS, and we're proud to have you on our team. Congratulations.
Lindsay, you're welcome to just sit still for a second and enjoy.
No, you can take it back. You
Stay
can
right
hold
there.
him. He wants mommy's lap. It's okay.
Because there's a few minutes for me to say a word or two. Our whole board wants to affirm you, and then we'll have an invitation for you to come up and say a word or two of acceptance. But on behalf of all of us at Team FCSS, I'm so pleased and proud to be able to recognize you today. We know we have 10,000 classroom teachers in Fresno County, and we have 79 integrated sites all across Fresno County schools. And the fact that you are there in Sanger as an extension of us, working with our littles, our students who have their very first experiences in school, and that they get greeted every morning by you with that big, beautiful smile and the warmth and the inclusivity, and you're cheering them on. And many of them I know have difficulty communicating. The fact that they find a safe sanctuary with you and under your educational instructional care is really a beautiful thing for all of us. So on behalf of all of us, thank you. I also particularly want to say that it takes the village to raise up our children as well as our future educators. So the fact that you're part of the peer coaching program, you're paying it forward, you're making sure other instructors, teachers are, he is so adorable. And
He sees you on the screen. Yeah. The picture.
It's a good picture. And it's of his mom. Anyways, we just really appreciate that you are taking the effort to pay it forward with your fellow educators and sort of inducting them gently and lovingly into this profession that is all about head and heart. So thank you so much for all you do for us.
What?
So I'm just looking at your babies and I'm like, what an amazing feeling to have your baby say, Mom, look, you're up there. It's just, they won't remember it when they're bigger, but you will. And so I think that's awesome. And I do want to commend you for the work that you do. Because I also experienced firsthand my sibling being nonverbal and for many years having to learn sign language, the whole entire family, because we wanted to figure out how we could communicate with her. And so I know how tough and how, difficult it is to do the job that you do, and that you're able to do it with so much heart and love. And also that you're able to get home and still be a loving mom to your babies, to figure out where you get that energy from, and to not get tired of, I spent all day with kids and then I have to go home to my kids. I commend you for that. And I hope you really take in this moment and that you use it as a way to recharge and continue your amazing work. And that your family can appreciate all that you do for others and for them as well. So congratulations.
Lindsay, thank you so much for all that you do for our kids and our community. I see Sanger Unified Administrator here who went out of his way to be here, which really says a lot, because there's so many other things going on at this time of the school year. But there's nothing more valuable than our teachers. And you, as one of our teachers, doing all the things that you do for our kids is worthy of acknowledgement and representation and praise. Thank you so much for all you do. We're so proud of you.
If you'll be sitting on the others, unless you want to go first.
I can go first. You can be last. Fresno, chairperson.
No problem.
Yeah, Lindsay, just want to reiterate what other people have said. It's special people that work in special education who have a real passion, not just for education, but for really just people. You can't be a special education, not be a people person. And I want to say thank you to your I think it's your husband who's with you, your spouse. Thank you. I have a special educator in my household, and there's lots of nights where there's lots of work that's done. And there's a lot of other duties as assigned, is what I call it, that get helped out. And thank you for that as a family. And it's a passion that will carry through to your own children. I've seen it in my own family, and your kids will have the passion for helping others as they see that example from you and your family. So I want to thank you for that, because really what we need is more families that are compassionate to those who are in need in our communities. So thank you.
I just, first of all, just like to say, Lindsay, just take a breath. I know you're trying to be honored and the babies are demanding your attention. I know, you can't even get your honor. The life of a mother. I'm a mom. I got 3 kids. I see it. And Dad just sitting there just so cool, calm, and collected. He's over here navigating these 2 babies, getting the cup out the purse, taking the keys off, A mother's job is never done. My bonus mom was a special ed master teacher. We spent summers in the classroom. I know about those other duties as assigned, coming home late, all the extras that you do, the self-sacrifices that you make, the extras that you spend out of your pocket and your own personal budgets to make things happen. And we know about the self-sacrifice, all of the extra love, because anyone that works in the special education department is a special educational angel. I just made that up. Did you like that? A special educational angel. And that's what you are. And we're grateful for your smile, your spirit, how you encourage others, how you lead the way, and how you keep the department in your classroom running with grace and integrity, with a spirit and a smile. And you're just that special educational angel. And we thank you for it. And baby, you should have told them it's my birthday today, so I'm going to be getting a lot of attention so they understand. But we're just here to honor you today, and a mother's job is never done. And we just thank you for all that you do for the children of Fresno County. Thank you.
I just want to throw in the important work that you do for that fragile population, especially in the formative years of K through 3. That lays the groundwork for everything to be built on from there on. And if you don't get that right, you've got nothing but problems down the road. And I want to thank you for your heart and in servicing other teachers to do the same. And that, really the educational foundation, you're building it. Thank you.
And now, and he can come up with you.
Yes, yes. He's going.
Well, just let him speak.
Ask him. Microphone.
Yeah.
Now he's gonna be shy. Well, thank you so much for those kind words. I really do appreciate it. When pursuing my career in education, special education always held a stronger drive for me, and I'm so grateful for the opportunities that I've been given here with Fresno County Superintendent of Schools and the opportunities I've been given being at integrated sites and being with Sanger. And I'm incredibly grateful for my team. Without my paraeducators and everyone else that supports our classroom, school psychologists, OTs, speech therapists, everybody really just works together so well and helps us run smoothly and influence the students the way that we know that we need to. So thank you for continuing to support us and give us things that we need and the recognition that helps keep things moving. And I'm just very grateful. So thank you.
Sure.
Introduce them?
Yes.
Okay, so this is my youngest, Connor, and then Camden. Can I see that? Yeah.
Hi,
And my husband, Anthony,
Hi, Anthony.
my mom, Trisha,
Oh, hi, Mom. Good job, Mom.
my sister, Amy.
Sister, Don.
Is there healing? Sister worker?
Can I take a picture?
You ready to take a picture?
Sorry.
That's the bird.
Mr. Haley, we were trying to turn a look at your badge.
I voted all of us from the.
Oh, yeah.
2 for 1. Perfect day to take.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now let's move on to the recognition form. We have a couple of those. Superintendent Superstar.
It is our absolute honor to recognize Bianca Duarte is our May Superintendent Superstar. Affectionately known as Angel by her friends, Bianca is a remarkable, competent, capable, and caring student whose outstanding achievements, leadership, and dedication to her school and community have earned her the title of Student Superstar. A senior at Clovis West High School, she has consistently demonstrated excellence throughout her academic journey. She is an honor roll student, reflecting on her unwavering commitment to academic success. Along with her academics, she has earned many highly qualified industry certifications in auto, which also testify to her strong work ethic. Bianca is also a standout leader on campus. She has served in student leadership and has been the president of the Automotive Technology Club for the past 2 years. As president, she has led with purpose and passion, most notably organizing the highly successful Auto Week car show at Clovis West High School. Her ability to manage large-scale events with skill, organization, and enthusiasm is a testament to her leadership. Beyond academics and co-curriculars, Bianca is admired for her kind heart and the positive energy she brings to those around her. She is a role model and an inspiration. Congratulations.
Bianca, it's a very special thing that just happened over your shoulder that you didn't even get a chance to see. We had folks stand up, give you a standing O in the bag. That's how special they think you are. It was a really magical moment. I get a chance to say something first. I always appreciate the 30 minutes I get with our superstar. I like to remind everybody in the audience, we have 206,025 students in Fresno County schools. And today we're honoring Bianca Angel. And it's a really neat opportunity for us to really shine a positive light on our CTE programs. Bianca, as I understand it, walked in onto the Clovis West campus and promptly said, I'm going to be in this auto program for the next 4 years. She's pretty much done just that. And it gives us a chance to really shine the light on the very, very successful opportunities we have for students in the career technical education arena. I love the story that my colleague Anthony Ayerza shared with you. Anthony's our director of our CTE programs. And he said that the moment he stepped into the auto shop at Clovis West, he could just feel that there was a leader among her peers, and it was you. And I love that you brought some of your own family's history, if you will, to the work. And I hope you'll share a minute about that when you get a chance to speak. And the fact that you are an example for other young women is really, really inspiring as well. What Margot said about your contributions and what Mr. Miller said and what Mr. Jones has said about your contributions is that many, many young women look to you as an example, that you're doing such an extraordinary job excelling in this program that's been typically a male-dominated field, and that many other young women have said, well, I think I want to try that too. And the numbers in the last 3 years have jumped considerably. I will share with everyone in the audience that I often get invited to say a word or two in front of a camera. And the last time I had the chance to do so, and Bianca was in the room, it was so easy for me to step aside and say, listen to her instead. Because she has a poise, she has an intellect, and she has a confidence, as well as a humility that speaks a lot about the students excelling in our classrooms. So once again, Bianca Angel, congratulations. Superstar.
Okay.
I'll go first. I'm a Clovis West parent.
Yeah.
That's the best part about today. It's like a Clovis West day. The first thing that actually came to my head is, did you attend a Clovis West feeder elementary school? Oh, you went to Kastner. So I hope that they're taking advantage of taking you over to Kastner. Talk to those kids there about their elective choices. That's a wonderful opportunity. You've entered into a fantastic program that Mr. Miller could probably testify to you was years and years in the making. The heavy duty shop being built there, the tremendous amount of support that it's been. And as I told, I can't remember Ricky. Sorry, I don't ever remember his last name. There's other schools that teach automotive, but none of them are as good as theirs. This is the top place to be, in my opinion. Doesn't matter which school district you're at, anywhere in the valley. Thank you for your leadership there. Program that takes many, many people to support. I know that your class is pushing the barriers. I have seen the Monte Carlo. I have seen the electric car that I think gets disassembled and rebuilt almost every single year. I have seen your engine jig. I have seen your testing truck. I've seen a Corvair that's been in the shop for quite a while, being worked on, and many, many of the other projects. You guys have an amazing program there. Thank you for your contributions to it. And when you talked about her being a standout amongst others and being an example to young women, everybody should turn around and take a look at all the people who are here from the program. I think that they're all boys.
Our cornerback here, yes.
Yeah. Many of them I know. Some of them are my neighbors. It's a great group of kids, and you guys dedicate a lot of time to it. You guys run a phenomenal program, and I'm sure you've given up lots of nights to sell sodas at sporting events to support your program, organized items. Thank you for all that you do to sacrifice for that. And to your parents, thank you for giving her the opportunity to. Sometimes this is something people are like, nope, not mine. And I think of the one time when my one daughter said, I need new struts on my car. And I said, well, I bought them and I'll do the first one with you, but the second one you have to do yourself. And she realized, because she was in high school, she couldn't get a lug nut off because she didn't weigh enough to get the strength onto it. And I was like, well, these are some things you should learn. And so she had to figure out, I need a longer wrench. And so learning those things are so important. And thank you for supporting her in that. And it's probably your sister. Maybe she'll do the same and pick up some of those same passions that you have. But congratulations and thank you.
Yeah. You are amazing. You are a leader. You're a trailblazer. How many other females are in your class? Just you? You know what? I said that a lot in my lifetime. The only one. The first. And it's hard. Lonely. It's tiresome. It's heavy. Heavy as a head that wears the crown. And you're wearing the crown. And you're doing an excellent job. I'm so proud of you. What a trailblazer you are. And when I was in high school, I took metal shop. And I loved it. And I probably was the only girl in the class. And I graduated from Skyline High School in the Oakland Hills. But at that time, having shop is so important to build our girls' confidence, trades and the unions and the shops and working in the shops and building our girls' confidence. Girl power, that is you. I'm so impressed with you and so elated that you took on this challenge and you became the leader with your leadership skills. And to mom and dad, I mean, it takes so much sacrifice to be able to raise a strong daughter, but she's emulating you. And thank you for your self-sacrifice and everything you poured into her, because I know it takes a lot to make sure she's where she needs to be on time and doing what she needs to do and making sure she has oversight and that she's safe and protected, but still motivated. Yes. Beautiful job. Let's see, what else did I have to say about this amazing young lady? Girl power, trailblazer. How amazing you are with your leadership skills. What's next? What are you planning to do after you graduate? Yes. Did you hear her just ramble it off? Just like it was nothing, but I mean, oh my gosh, you're just so impressive. Congratulations to you. And then you will continue to keep your talents here in Fresno and continue to inspire all the other beautiful brown girls and girls of color that are around you, that they can do it too, right? All right, bravo. Congratulations.
They used to have said so much already.
I know.
I know that there's that
Sorry.
much that needs to be said.
Oh, we do.
But I am not Brian Burton, and I don't live in the Clovis West area. When I think of Clovis West, Otto is not the first thing that comes to my mind. And this is really enlightening, and I'm really delighted about it. And I bet you those guys in your class are saying, how does she do all this stuff? She gets it all done. Not only the technical stuff, but all the leadership stuff and the program. And I bet you they're just really envious of you for the fact that you kind of, it sounds like, have it all together. And I'm really, really amazed and delighted to meet you and to celebrate you, because you have so much to share and you're shining a light for all those other young women that said, gee, I wonder if I could weld, or if I could do auto, or if I could do construction or manufacturing. And yes, the answer is yes, right? You can. So thank you so much. for demonstrating that. And we're so proud of you and look forward to having you come back and maybe when you graduate from the academy, let us know where you are and what you're doing. So congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the biggest takeaway today, and it was, as it was mentioned, that you're paving the way for other girls to see themselves in that space that you are in now, and that's remarkable. This morning, I had car battery issues and my car would not turn on. So I had to wake my husband up and say, hey, my car's not turning on. He put some wires or something and turned on the battery. Basic life skills sometimes are needed, right? Just to learn how to change your tire, get a flat, or, being able to turn your car on. I wish I would have had that and learned that in high school. But I know my husband's going to make sure that my daughter is well versed. He also says that's a way to keep the boys away and intimidate the boys. So I don't know but it might be true. So, but no, just thank you so much for sharing your talents and really being like my fellow trustee said, a trailblazer, because that's what you are. And I hope that you continue on. And even if you do end up in becoming a firefighter or EMT or otherwise, that you go back and hopefully, bring up other girls that want to be in that same space as you. So thank you so much for sharing that.
As a former Clovis School Board member, I'm really proud of you, and I want to dive into this. You're the only gal. How many boys out there? How many that are in her class? Could you raise your hand? Okay, guys, you better start getting your game up because girls are taking over. I'm serious about this. This is a phenomenon that's going on in your generation that they're really getting with it, and I applaud you for that. And also, it was interesting that you were going to go do an EMT, which the auto thing are two totally different things, but they're not because they're unique problem solving, and each one of those facets that come up has their own set of issues that you have to decipher, figure out a solution, and come up with a plan of action to get the desired result. That's a skill. Keep working on that. Keep working on that. I noticed you did the auto club event, getting together. There's another skill. By the time you get done, maybe Jennifer Yavino needs an assistant. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of special event things. And I would suggest that at school that you take some business classes. Business accounting, business economics, that kind of thing. I see Matty Matoya right behind you nodding his head. Industry is suffering and salivating and really anxious to have people of your quality that have business savvy, that can solve problems and make things work. And I see you are one of those. So I echo what she says. Please keep in contact with us. We'd love to see how this all works out for you. And congratulations, parents. Yeah.
I'm back.
It's great. I don't know what I would have done without this program. Like you said, I've been here all 4 years, and I wouldn't have paid for world. If I could, I would be here for another 4. I just love this program. I'd like to thank my leaders. I have Mr. Jones and Mr. Miller, and they have been so influential throughout my 4 years. They will be for the rest of my life. I mean, I said enough. I don't know what I would do without them, but I would like to just thank you guys for the opportunity. Bravo.
As far as those extra classes, I don't think public speaking is one of them.
This is my mom and my dad. And you have two teachers back here, Mr. Miller and Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, are you here?
Yep.
Oh, there you are. Because per Anthony, you may be the best in the state. Best in the state, per Bianca and Mr.
And you're better for one.
Well, on behalf of all of us, here's your certificate of appreciation, and
the coolest polo you'll ever
Tomorrow.
And something else here, Mr. McCoyan, would you like to join us up here? Mr. McCoyan is a community steward who is so inspired by your work that he would like to offer you this, a $500 donation to whatever cause you have in your heart. Congratulations.
I'm noticing the shirts, that there's a number of classmates and so on that, would everybody from her program that's present, please stand? I'd love to see all of you.
Yes, everyone's here.
Administrators, people. It just seems to me that if she is being recognized as a leader, there's other people that have helped along the way, that it's not just her honor, but you share the honor with her. Indeed.
Okay, hang with us. We got another fun one. We're gonna do the academic decathlon. Jennifer?
Superintendent Hofer, Board President Clyde, board members, it is my annual honor. This is my favorite day of the year. I have a lot of favorite days of the year, but this is one of them. It's my honor to celebrate some of the greatest minds and competitors and high school students in Fresno County. Today, the boardroom is filled with academic decathlon champions from both Hallmark Academy and University High School. You probably noticed during the flag salute, the click, click, click,
Yes.
click, click.
All the medals, all the medals. Yes.
Okay, sound of money. Now, the sound of brains. That's what brains sound like. Hallmark won our regional competition, so they are the Fresno County champions in an absolute nail biter, major upset. This university, of course, had been our champions for a while, but you know that. I'm not telling you anything that you don't know. Both teams, because of their score, went on to the state competition where they both placed in the top 10, where they both earned a spot at the national competition, where university emerged as the medium school champion. That was a huge category for them. And Hallmark competed in the extra competitive small school champion, and they got an even higher score than university did. I'm sorry. To save some of the details and the individual student stuff that they want to talk about. I'm going to save a little bit of that for them. But we have so much to be proud of today. Our teams competed with honor, with integrity.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
They are perhaps some of our coaches for sure and our students, the best team mates, the most gracious to other teams.
Nice, great.
They follow the rules.
Yeah.
We are so proud of Fresno. You get compliments from the state director
Nice.
about our students and
Decorum.
our coaches.
Yes.
And it matters.
It does.
Not just winning, it's
Yes.
how you compete.
Indeed.
And we compete with integrity. So before I turn it over to the coaches to tell you a little bit about their teams and introduce their students, I have one little bit of information that is very important. The coaches that are before you today, both Sean and Angela, they give every bit of themselves to their students and to this competition. That's no different than any other year. What is different this year is that for our university heist coach. It is his farewell tour.
Oh.
I know, I mean, you've heard it in the crowd, the, oh. I don't know what the academic decathlon looks like without Sean Canfield. I've never not had him as a coach. I don't even know what that landscape looks like. But before we bring him up to talk about his team, and then Angela will follow to talk about her team, I just want a round of applause for this absolute legend who has given decades of service, and I yield the floor to him. Sean Canfield.
We're back to Paul. Well, obviously, Superintendent Gopher, President Clyde, members of the board, and guests in your audience, thank you very much. Obviously, this is a wonderful event that we've been able to have repeatedly year after year. And this is due obviously to some spectacular students that we have competing year after year after year. And I think what is most inspiring is when you contemplate that this is outside the normal curriculum. So the academic decathlon is, as it says, it's 10 events. And so our students already have extraordinarily heavy schedules, advanced placement classes, college classes, and the like. And I don't know if either they're just that amazing, maybe a little masochistic, but that they take this on top of them is really quite remarkable. I mean, we're talking 10 events, tests in various subjects, having to read a novel, give a speech, be interviewed, write an essay, and all after school. So it's not like part of the day after. So holidays and the like. And they keep coming back for more. And so that's a real testament to what they do. So that's why I always say I'm really inspired by the students. And I'm inspired by, obviously, inspired by the students from other teams, both in our county and throughout the state. And so that's why being involved in this for so long has been so rewarding. And I must say that for the last few years, it's been really great because fortunately, an amazing young lady decided to come out of the wilderness and stay for the Loop for Hallmark there, and that's made already a great competition that much better. And so I'm going to extend thanks. First, I'll have to extend my thanks to Angela. So, Angela, you've made the competition so much better. Hallmark, you've made it so much better. And you bring out the best of us. So I don't like finishing second. In fact, I've heard that 19 times. You're in second place. But if there's any can't finish second.
Yeah.
So congratulations. With regards to this, what academic decathlon means, and I will experience in just a moment if I did have your attention a little longer. One thing I've always felt that there's been an internal lack of, this is society as a whole, it's a lack of recognition for academics. And there's nothing wrong recognizing other achievements, but we have a sports section, newspapers, and people participating in sports get recognition, they deserve that. But then there's very little that's in the academic field. And so I bring this from personal experience where as a freshman in college at Fresno State, we won the College Bowl. That was a big academic competition. We won the national competition. They've been on forever, and Fresno will be announced in the obituary section. Right. Okay, and so, oh boy, that's a real reward there. So they finally got some letters. The editor saw fit to give us a front page of the Metro section. Okay, are we supposed to be about academics? Or why isn't this? And I think that was very influential, inspired me to get involved in academic decathlon, because here is one venue where he's really recognized academic achievement. And I think that when you look at both our team, abbreviated our seniors at graduation year, so this fine team here, kind of these academically gifted people, but they're good people. And this is where I really wish you would have time to be able to talk to them and chat with them. They're wonderful. And they're so mature and they conduct themselves so magnificently. And that's why I'm always so excited and proud to brag about them. And so with this, I would like to take a moment to introduce them to you, if you don't mind. And so actually, you don't mind, I'll have each of them stand up and please loudly give us your name. My name is Bryce Thorne. I'm a student. My name is Michael Ware, and I'm also here. It's a very groundbreaking newsflash here. Also, you know that Valley View is next year's team captain, right? Now, obviously, if I were to go over each one of the students, both here and who are not here, or seniors who cannot be here, their accolades and achievements would take quite a long period of time. And I certainly wouldn't mind doing that, but of course, I have to keep in mind that we are in an important meeting. So I will just try to bring this to a summation. One person that I say for last recognizing is of course Jennifer Quinn. So Jennifer is magnificent. You are a magnificent young lady. If you were ever at the state competition, then that's when you appreciate the approach of family competition. And so it's no coincidence that Amusement has always preferred covering our competition. And there's no reasons for that, but the one constant has been Jennifer Quinn. So Jennifer, it's been amazing for a quarter century as we working with you. I am on the state cautionary tale. What happens with that? It doesn't seem to happen. You still look amazing. And not only do you still look amazing, but your energy, your desire, if I could follow it, I think I could rule the world. But Jennifer, it's been amazing. Thank you so much. So I think in a moment I need to yield to the county and sponsor the state champion. I guess I'm done. So
I'm gonna ask you a question.
Oh yeah.
You're retiring this year, and for those who are maybe not your students or not your, I'm gonna call them work peers, how many years of service do you have?
This is 40. So I started at Public Smart.
And so that's why I think we are all grateful for your 40 years of
Yeah,
service
indeed, we are.
to students and to academics. And you stood up and I went, I graduated over 30 years ago from Clovis West, and I think you were one of my teachers at a time. Yeah. So that's where I was like, wow, a teacher who's still there, and you will still remember them. I remember Mr. Canfield, and I still remember Munzer Afifi. He was my math teacher, and he went to University High too. And the pillar of service that it is to most teachers, 30 years, it's time to go. And so 40 years is an amazing amount of time to be in the classroom with students, instructing them. And congratulations to you, and what a loss to University High. But one thing about teachers is they seem to never be able to stay away. They come back if they want to. So I'm sure University High will see you on their campus in some capacity in the future. And I want to say thank you.
It is my privilege and honor to acknowledge the remarkable growth factor of a double championship teams here, and I yield to Mr. Benjamin.
Right here. This is who I personally aspire to. So let me just back up a little bit. First, I want to
thank my administration for being here. Jill and Susie is here. And there's Dr. Wickman. I want to thank them very much for being here today. And for all my wonderful favorite people in the world, my Hallmark families, because at Hallmark we really are a family. I have many family members here today. But I want to go back to Sean. It was 20 years ago when I first started coaching academic decathlon, and my friend Jody Rubel, some of you I'm sure know, he was stepping aside and he said, "Hey, Angela, why don't you try your hand at this?" And so Al Sanchez said, "Hey, yeah, why don't you?" And I went in just, for the fun of it. And then I looked across the room at Coach Canfield and what he was doing with his team. And I thought, wow, maybe I could do that too. And I couldn't have done it without you, Coach Canfield. He's been such an inspiration to me and truly such a friend to me, to my students. He has been their friend, their mentor. And I know for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of students through all of the schools that have benefited from his amazing grace and intelligence. Thank you, Coach Canfield, very much. Teacher, he wasn't my teacher, but he is, you know what I mean? All right, so real quick, how many of you are Jeopardy? What, do you like Jeopardy?
Yes.
Okay, you know those competitors who say, "Ken, I've always been wanting to say this. I'd like to make it a true daily double."
Daily double.
It took me 20 years to say this, that I'm happy to present to you today your Fresno County Academic Decathlon champions. What it took for me to be standing here saying that today, it took a monumental achievement from this fine group of students who I tortured and twisted and forced to be an act. No, I'm kidding you. They somehow willingly come to us, don't they, Coach Kemp? You tell them all that we're going to do, and they still walk through the door. And you're like, I thought you were smart. But they do. They come in and they work so hard. This particular team, I think there is one Monday holiday this year that they did not meet, one. And it was the most recent one, right? The most recent one. Many, many Saturdays. We at Sanger have 3 weeks of Christmas vacation. They spent an entire week of it in room 8 at Hallmark Academy, working because we knew what was in front of us.
That's right.
Because that's what it took to be standing here today in front of you as Fresno County's academic decathlon champions. So what a great lesson that is to our kids of hard work and determination. Am I right? I mean, it doesn't always go that well. I'm here to tell you it doesn't. I've had lots of teams work hard and I've never been in this position. But this team was phenomenal. And after Fresno County, we took several different journeys, as our lovely Jennifer Quinn testified. After Fresno County, we did get to go to state, but I had one student who went on to the state heptathlon champ. Her score was high enough at our county competition. She qualified for the online state championship. I'd like Laura and Wada to stand up, please. Senior as well. Laura not only participated in the state heptathlon, she is your gold state champion.
Yeah.
And then because she was so amazing there, she got an invitation to compete as an individual in Des Moines, Iowa at the National Individual Championship, and where she did all 10 things. She was amazing in all of them. It was extremely tough competition, and she came away with a bronze in science. So
Wow.
you know what? I'll go to Des Moines by myself. That's an amazing achievement for any student to say, hey, I'll go do that, right? So then my team went on to the state competition with our good friends from university. And what is not mentioned in achievements, my team has one supreme achievement. They got Madeline Hu to a dance. And he did so by practicing relentlessly the worm. We were only allowed to practice the worm after our practice was over.
We have some space up here.
They will do. So yes, academics aside, this team can do forward and backward. So anyway, they went on to state competition, and I'm just so proud of them. And then from there, it took a little different turn. I had told this team as their coach, look, if you do these things, you're going to go to Des Moines. But at the last minute, kind of some rules changed, and we went to the small schools online, and they pivoted to that and did amazing. And this person doesn't like to get second place, and I know that person doesn't like to either. But this year, I got to say, I feel really good about our second behind a phenomenal school, a basis school from Arizona who posted the highest score in that competition's history. And this team hung right in there and took, well, you can hear their jingle. They took a bunch of medals, right? So I'm extremely proud of our small schools state championship and our small schools second place national championship. So proud of them. So I know I can't be here all day, although I could. So I'm just going to have them each stand up. I'm going to have them say their name and their year. And then my seniors, I'd like you to say where it is you're going to call. Oh, you know what? I have to say one thing. I have a very important senior who's not here today, Jesha Noreen, who I love him so much. And he was one of your dean's scholars at the Fresno County competition this year, and a true scholar. And his older sister, who without her coaching our math team, she'll be back there. I have sophomores who they're in geometry and they medaled at nationals in math. And that's not because of their geometry class alone. That's because of the work they put in and Coach Noreen. My heart. So I'm gonna have them, if you don't mind, can they just stand up, say their name and their year? And the seniors will say where.
Dee, thank you.
I still listed as a senior. I also plan on attending community college, and I plan on joining women.
My name is Lacey Williams, I'm a sophomore.
Oh, yeah. You know, a school of just over 100 high school students, and, you know, Justin's not here, but 11 of those are here on the team. I'm just so proud of them and the dedication they showed to take on such a big achievement.
Senior Noreen, where's he going?
He is going to go to Fresno State.
Oh,
Yeah, he's away taking. He's going to be in computer science. He is taking his AP computer science test.
Well, that's kind of.
And probably we're hoping we can get the students up to the front. We'll take one group picture. And board will have you stand behind.
Sure.
Dates on the sides.
Well, you and I have.
Yeah, comes, yeah. Perfect.
Just gonna take the photo from Fresno Street. Right.
For everyone else. Oh, of course. Thank you, Principal. Congratulations. You want us to make comments on comments about the week? That's it. I just wanted to make one comment because I was.
Oh, yeah.
So coaches and students, I just wanted to say that I had the opportunity to score this year as a volunteer at the county, and I didn't know how things worked. Otherwise, I might have chosen a different seat to sit in. But I was scoring a team that did pretty good. But, you know, and how it works, if you haven't been at these events, the scorekeepers raise their clipboards and they're showing the scores of their team. And I was just like, no, they can't be that good. And I was looking at the scores of your two teams, and it's like, I mean, it's really an exciting event to be at. And if you've not been there, go, because it's so enlightening and invigorating. So thank you all.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to a recess now, outside, and we'll come back 2:45.
Okay. I guess he's done. Now?
Okay, our LCAP is a 3-year plan that outlines goals, actions, services, and expenditures that support positive school outcomes aligned with state priorities. The LCAP is a strategic tool to communicate how our programs meet the unique needs of our students. We want to make sure that we have transparency in developing our plan, clear and accessible reporting on how services for our neediest students are being improved. Also equity, closing achievement gaps through focused goals and actions. And to ensure the principle of subsidiarity encourages decisions made closest to the student level for better impact. Some of our LCAP components and state priorities. Our key elements in our plan include our LCFF budget overview for parents, action tables showing increased or improved services, focus on English learners, long-term English learners, low-income students, students with disabilities, and foster and homeless students. In our plan, technical assistance in our dashboard indicators that we'll speak to very much in our goals and actions. Obviously, our goals and actions in the document. Funding sources such as our Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, the LREBG, which you'll hear me mention in just another couple minutes. Our Student Support and Enrichment Block Grant, our SSEBG funding, and our Equity Multiplier is all included in our LCAP. Also, the 10 state priorities that you see at the bottom of the screen there, such as academic achievement, school climate, parent involvement, and foster student services. And the others are listed below. We definitely strive to gain educational input as we are writing the LCAP as a team. Some of the themes from our educational partner feedback are individualized student support from students and staff, such as technology access, personalized academic, social, emotional supports. Supports for specific groups from our educational partners with an emphasis on low-income, Hispanic, and African-American students and access to career tech education and dual enrollment classes at our sites. Professional development, we get that input from our teachers, which highlight a focus on instruction and student well-being. We're really talking SEL, curriculum, and implementation at our sites right now for students, as well as staff members. Behavior and suspension from administrators. Our leadership team focused on proactive culture building and intervention strategies. And then family and community engagement. We got input that our families appreciated engagement efforts and encouraged even more frequent communication, especially on IEPs and English learner support. Moving on to some of our LCAP highlights. One of our highlights is our student technology program, a continued investment in devices and digital learning tools. We are oftentimes using instructional technology in the classroom with different programs, giving students access to one-to-one laptops on our campuses, and just trying to create the most engaging classrooms that we can. Also, academic support. Staff implement best practice instruction, planning, and alignment to standards. Family engagement, like I just spoke of. Workshops and resources to support families on our campuses, and we have those workshops throughout the school year available for our community members and families, especially for our low-income families. Progress monitoring, tools for tracking academic growth and enhanced library access, such as our data tracking is we feel like we're improving the last several years in our PLCs and data analysis sessions. And so really hitting that progress monitoring as hard as we can, our state level data as well as our local data at our school sites. Career tech education expansion. We really know that our students are very successful in our CTE programs. And we really want to strengthen our vocational programs at both our sites, new programs such as welding certification. Welding certification's been here for a while, but forklift certification is new. We want to implement some after-school program filled for our community school students. And we have a new firefighting program at the juvenile justice campus. It's more on the probation side of the house, but we are collaborative in that program for firefighting training. And then obviously behavioral oversight from our leadership, initiatives to enhance support systems for student behavior, really at the top of our list as far as some of those highlights. And then lastly, our key LCAP, just to kind of spell out our funding, just a little bit more detail. Our local control funding formula, you'll hear of our LCFF funding. It's base state funding for all students' general operations and instructional programs. Our supplemental concentration funds for ELs, English learners, low income and foster youth, used to increase and or improve services for those students. Our LREVG is a one-time funding. It's learning recovery funds for credit recovery, tutoring, extended learning. And so that's really spoken to in our plan and some of the programs that we're implementing or continuing to implement for our students. Our equity multiplier, targeted funding for high poverty students using evidence-based strategies. And then our SSEVG funds for academic enrichment, student wellness, APG support, counseling, and mental health. And so there's many parts of funding in the LCAP that we've worked with our team here at FCSS as well as our educational partners on providing input for our LCAP for the 25-26 school year. And that's all I have for today. Any questions or comments?
Your equity multiplier funding.
Yes.
Elaborate a little more on that and how that's helping our socioeconomically disadvantaged students.
Yes, absolutely. Our equity multiplier funding is specifically in our plan. As you look at our, I believe it's goals 6 and 7, we're paying for people on our campuses. And so we have a content specialist, guidance learning specialist that's really focused on, so our content specialist at our sites, we're sharing a content specialist, definitely focused on our low-income students, which are 100% of our Alice Wardsley students, and a pretty high percentage of students at our VHEA. And that content specialist is really in charge of our instructional program, working in PLCs and data analysis with our teachers and other staff members. And so we have that person funded partially through there. We also have a guidance learning specialist who's focused specifically on behavior intervention for both sites, really implementing a behavior intervention program or kind of re-implementing it with the and looking at our PBIS program that we were starting to kind of dust off the shelf a little bit, trying to, we're sending some people to hopefully the PBIS conference next year and really helping PBIS support our behavior intervention program for many of our students. That GLS also supports our transition of students. So transition back to their home schools, transition to college, transition to other educational programs after they leave our facilities. And so we just got out of a meeting this morning that we're really trying to be mindful of identifying our students, many of them low-income students that have trouble landing somewhere once they leave our facilities. So we have a specific person in charge of doing that. We have some dual enrollment and CTE funding set aside for that's equity multiplier funding. And so really it's, we're really focusing on the items students struggle with. Our graduation rates, we know we can improve on. And that's really our biggest focus is getting our students in a place where they can be successful in the classroom, get that high school diploma, and really be on track for post-secondary education or the workforce. And so so much of that funding is being implemented at both of our school sites to support those students.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Any questions?
I have one question. I noticed a major focus on attendance and also on suspension rates. What's new in this plan that addresses those two areas as opposed to prior plans?
So the funding that we spend in our, in equity multiplier with that guidance learning specialist is really the whole semester. First semester was really based on behavior intervention. And we had to tie in failing grades and attendance rates at both of our sites. And so, so we've implemented a plan that's not, it's our behavior intervention plan, but ultimately it's focused on behavior, but also attendance. And so, so we're really, we get a I'll get a referral. I'm on duty tomorrow. I'll get a referral from a teacher if a student misses school or doesn't get up to go to school, and that student is now met within about 20 minutes by me to try to get up and get ready to go to school. And so we're trying to really be intentional at pulling that data every 3 weeks, the attendance data every 3 weeks, along with addressing everyday absences of our students. And that program or that process is also going to start to roll over to our community school, where we're really, and that really speaks to our graduation rate in the end, right? We're trying to get our students to come to school as much as possible, and trying to get that graduation rate up. And we know that when they're with us at either site, they're successful. They're more successful the more days that they're with us. And so we're really fighting hard to implement some systems that address those issues. And we've seen, even though it's been a short time, we've seen some numbers increase and get better for many of our students.
I'll just share, I know when I was in high school, I graduated in 82 in Morgan Hill and then Oakland Hills. But when I was in Morgan Hill, we had truant officers. And if you had missed school a certain amount of days, the school would send a truant officer to your home and knock on the door. And if your parents didn't know you had missed a few days of school, they were notified.
Right.
With a knock on the door. So
No, I think it's the DA.
Right,
The DA has a program, right?
Right, they do.
Yeah.
So
in fact, I just got off a call with, I forget, it was somebody on our PTA board. Anyways, we talked about that. So we may be in collaboration with utilizing some of that support. We also have a TIP officer at our community school that we really would like to just utilize the best that we can to visit students' homes and try to get them to school.
kudos to you for the screen door knocking and knocking on the door. And we know they're at home and they need the motivation to get up and out the door and to class. And thank you for doing that. We appreciate you. Great job.
Yeah, I wonder why the DA office would have to be compelled to do that, because I remember all the school districts here had them in the day, and I wonder why
They're being utilized at multiple districts now. I literally got our last PTA meeting, board meeting, wasn't long, I forget who it was. Yeah, she was talking about that program. And so I'd have my notes on my desk because I'm definitely interested.
I think almost all the districts now, they have a SARB committee, and you may attend the school, you go to SARB and a DA, a member of the DA comes to your SARB committee.
I work in the SARB department, and I will tell you what happens is after a certain amount of unexcused absences, the parent is notified, the student is notified, and then you get a bench warrant and you will go to court for unexcused absences. The parent goes to court and you can do jail time. At Christmas time, we issued bench warrants for parents that did not show up to court for unexcused absences. So SARB is a serious department, so parents be on notice.
And the DA's put resources behind it.
Indeed.
For a long time, it kind of went away, but our
Catherine
current DA has
Crozier, I
really.
represented Fresno Unified School District in court. So yes, SARB is a serious department, so parents, get your kids to school.
It'd be good to see their data, to see if they're moving the needle.
Yeah.
That'd be real interesting.
Very intentional about pulling that data right now. And like I said, every 3 weeks, we have leadership meetings every week, but we're pulling that data every 3 weeks to analyze it, see if, when we're seeing it, I mean, our failing rate, students that are failing usually start out by not coming to school and they're not attending, so they're getting absent. They come to school, they usually are getting close to passing grades, if not better. And so we see our, and I'm speaking specifically for Worsley, that we're looking at implementing some of the strategies and systems over at our community school. But we see our list of students with at least one F go from anywhere from about 40, that's almost half our population at the beginning of the school year, 40 students down to 12 or 13 towards the end of the school year or the end of the semester. And so it's because we're going and we're physically going and talking to those students and talking to their teachers and so we have seen the data, the positive data in that, and so we're excited to keep going. And
I'd like to see how, especially, by Heinz too, because that's more voluntary. And nothing special present, but whenever you're up, could you make a sidebar, just let us know, oh, by the way, this is how that program's going.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's room for improve for attendance rates.
Yeah, I'd like that. We're all interested in that. Because obviously we're looking for answers. Yeah.
We'll have it for you soon.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
For improvement, thank you.
I do have a question. Can you explain a little bit about the process of how you developed the LCAP and like maybe who you
Yeah, so we have a team, which a couple of team members are here with me today. We have a team here at FCSS. It's with basically our school sites, our programs, as well as our compliance team, state and federal compliance team, are our LCAP writing team. As you'll notice when you go through the LCAP, there's, each goal, we have a goal and action. We have goals and actions. And so those goals and actions are really driven by the metrics that are associated with those goals. And many of those metrics are state level metrics like graduation rate, attendance rate, and chronic absenteeism and things like that, as well as local data. We like to bring in our local data as metrics in our LCAP. So local data is our reading assessments and writing assessments, math assessments at our school sites. And so basically what we're doing is we're analyzing our metrics every year to drive and to make our decisions on what our goals and actions should look like based on those metrics, whether we have goals of increasing or decreasing, chronic absenteeism, increasing math score rates or CASP math or ELA scores. And so definitely the decisions to implement programs and services for our students is driven by all the data that is our metrics and our LCAP. And so that's also presented also at these parent input meetings that we have. We have school site council meetings and ELAC meetings and DLAC meetings, and all of the LCAP outreach meetings that we have available for our family and communities. And so we gather all of that data and input, and we try to make good decisions to best support our students in the long. That's kind of in a nutshell, because there's a lot more that goes on with that, but that's kind of in a nutshell how the process works. And then we go through all the day like today, and then hopefully approving it and so on and so forth. It guides really our whole school year for us.
And is there involvement in the process from like community-based organizations that work with these at-risk groups that maybe provide some guidance on some of the things that you're trying to address?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have, when we're talking our core school and community school, the number of collaboratives and industry partners that we have it's enormous. And so those, in fact, one of our last input nights, we had a 6 o'clock Zoom meeting, and our deputy chief probation officer was there and giving input at those meetings. And so there's, we have the collaborative meetings with our people on our sites, because it's not just Focus Forward and Fresno County Probation and our juvenile justice commissioners and our judges. And so that input is really throughout the year. They're right about monthly meetings with major collaboratives at the juvenile justice campus, as well as our collaboratives at our community school in Troy Center and All for Youth, Fresno County Probation, Fresno PD. And so those collaboratives are there, and definitely the input is taken seriously in guiding guiding decision-making for our students for the following and even current year, obviously. But definitely there's huge collaboration in writing this plan for our students.
Okay, no other questions and no other public comment that I got through this, so that concludes the public hearing for at 3:10. Now we'll move on to our FCSS 25-26 budget public hearing. Oh, for the LCAP, for the, we already passed that.
Public comment?
The public comment period, we already passed that part. Well, what I mean is that we already had
Yeah,
that
the
on the agenda.
specific item from the agenda today you want to talk to though? I think she can submit a comment card and then we can let her comment on
Is it an
that item.
upcoming item, that's something we haven't already passed? No, on our agenda today. Oh. Good question. Yeah, we're gonna pass that to Jason.
But I'd be happy to take your call if you want to call me in the morning.
Yeah, we're in the middle of.
Yeah, we had a public comment period.
Can we?
Oh, I see, you were here. Yeah, go ahead.
I think we could motion to open comment, right? Sure.
Well, what does the board feel? Consensus?
No, she just arrived and she was out of town. She just did.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll
we got
second.
a motion to second. We probably
I'll
should vote on it.
motion, yeah, it's a motion to reopen community input.
So
I
moved.
seconded.
Second. So moved and second. President Klein?
Yes.
Vice President Masumoto?
Yes.
Member Burton?
Yes.
Member Robles?
Yes.
Member Tapscott Munson? Yes.
Okay, and in a moment here, we'll get her slip and she can get the mic. Before we move on to the budget. Thank you. Okay, Chair recognizes Sarah Flores, correct? Yeah. Yeah, you live on Princeton and Diane.
So hello, I'm Sarah Flores. I've actually been attending these Sanger Unified board meetings for about 3 years and speaking at every single one. Our school Hallmark Charter is where I graduated from in 2004. My child was here today celebrating her wins. About 3 years ago, they took our charter and they said it would improve our school. We are down to just over 100 high school students and it's failing. The school is gonna be gone soon. So we probably have about 2 years left to do academic decathlon, have our teachers, have our students. One of the district members told me that they were taking away our charter because they couldn't force kids into a charter. So their intent was to turn it into a continuation or credit recovery school. A lot of parents fought against it, and they kept ignoring any of our pleas to listen to reason or logic. They started saying they would make it a magnet school. They'd bring more students in that way. And it still has not happened. There is no improvement. After they won the county, the night of Super Quiz, I tried to talk to Dr. Whitman and he congratulated me on the win. And I said, isn't it an amazing school? Don't you think we should try to keep this school together? His response to me was, just enjoy tonight. Just enjoy this win. And you would think that me being going there for 3 years, that he might have some more words for me, hey, we're working on it. We're trying to make sure that we'll keep our teachers. We've lost 3 this year. We only have a handful left. The community there is almost completely gone. And I would like to have you look into it or question it or see if there's anything that we can do to save the school from its ultimate demise where it's headed right now. I spoke to some of the board members and one of the board members told me that his reasoning on it was because there's certain students that you have to take care of after up to 21. And they didn't want the responsibility of other school districts sending their students to our school and then them having the financial responsibility for them. And I said, so you're trying to block special needs students? He said, oh, I didn't say special needs. I just said there's some students that require more funding. And I said, well, then why do you have 2 other charters? Why do you have Sanger Academy and Quail Lake? He said, well, you see there, they go to 8th grade. Kids are like hot potato. If you don't have them last, you don't have to take care of them. So I have been fighting this for 3 years, myself, Carol Jones, a handful of other parents and teachers, and it's falling on deaf ears. They've given me no good reasoning or logic behind it. I've asked several times. We have one new board member and she's asking questions and the board is shutting her down for everything. It's a rubber stamp board. Anything the district brings to them and tells them, they stand by and sign off on, even with teachers and parents and everybody else fighting against it. There are some real issues happening within Sanger right now. There are questions going on about the third parties that they're hiring, that some of them are related to some of the people in those companies that have some pull. It seems to be very fishy and a lot of things happening that I can't put my finger on, and I can't audit, and I can't actually see, and they're very not transparent with the things that are happening. So I would like some help if you are so inclined or have the ability to do so. This school is a gem. Teachers like Angela Ballou, she's stuck with it this long because of where it came from, because of the principal that was there, because of the other teachers, because of the students. Now she has a handful of students left. And the reason she started academic decathlon back up was because my children were broken. And she said, let me start going back to academic decathlon. It will give them something to work for, something to fight for, and it will give them this room, room 8, where in here it is still Hallmark charter. I see 2 years left. I hope for 2 years left. I have to do an interdistrict transfer every year now for my child, and they have approved it with a lot of fight the last 2 years. But they are also tired of hearing me, and I am terrified that this year when it comes to, that they're just going to deny it because they can. Because I have no right to send her there, even though it's the only school she's ever known since she was in kindergarten. It's a community of family, just like Angela was saying. This is all family that we have, and we're all watching it just be destroyed. And I have a Facebook page called Save Hallmark Charter, and we've literally documented every single speech from every single board meeting for the last 3 years, and it's on there. So if there's any questions or any other further research that you would want to do, I would appreciate you looking into that. And I am so thankful for the time today.
Yeah, thank you. And as per custom and policy, we don't comment on public comment things unless later on one of the board members decides to see if there's enough consensus to agenda a discussion on it. But that's to be determined. But I thank you for doing it.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Have a good day.
Okay. Thank you. Now we'll move on to public hearing on the proposed budget for 25-26. Mr. Otto? For,
Need to read the public.
I will. I
Oh,
was
I'm
waiting
sorry.
for you to walk up.
Okay.
Okay, it's 317 or so. Item H2, the public hearing of Fresno County Superintendent Schools 25-26 proposed budget is now called to order. Purpose of this public hearing is for the Fresno County Board of Education to receive public testimony regarding the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools 25-26 proposed budget. Any taxpayer directly affected by the school service fund budget may appear before the board and speak on the proposed budget or any item therein. It is not the practice of the board to respond to questions or comments during the public hearing. Now, before I go through the rest of us, I haven't gotten any request for public comment. So move on, Mr. Otto, please provide the background and then address the board.
Thank you, President Clyde and members of the board. I'm here with the proposed budget for 25-26. I can't believe I'm saying that. That's a lot of time has passed since I started here. So I do want to point out one thing on this front page that you quite can't read at the bottom. It's in the packet though, that the information in the budget that's contained in this document could change potentially due to the fact that we did not receive the state software that we upload the information into and run it through a bunch of checks and balances and make sure that everything is coded correctly, the resources are in balance. So the budget could change. We didn't get that software till last Friday, which these documents were due prior to that. So
I'm sorry, and I know you're very upset that you don't have that software.
well, we have it now, but we didn't have it at the time.
It's just the state probably had.
So if it changes, you'll notify us way ahead of the meeting.
Well, if it changes, it'll be contained in the action item for next month.
Well, it'd be nice to have the information, whatever changes.
Okay.
So we don't, it speeds things up, thanks.
I can do that. And,
yeah, thanks.
And majority of the time, it's a coding issue with the account line. So a goal or function doesn't work with a certain object. So it may not be dollar amounts. It may more be the coding aspect of it.
Categorical about some placements. Okay, no, I'll leave it up to your discretion.
Okay.
But if you could think that it might facilitate discussion on next board meeting, to give it to us early, if you could do that.
I can do that.
Thanks.
So it's not gonna change any of the numbers, projected numbers or anything?
I can't say that with 100% certainty. It could. So one of the checks that the software, it's called the technical review checklist. And it's at the very end, once you've uploaded and entered a bunch of information. If there is a resource, which is a categorical, say Title I, if for some reason there's $1 and that's out of balance by $1, it'll make you correct that $1 before you're actually okayed by the software.
By when do we have to approve the proposed budget?
Excuse me?
By when do we have to approve it?
I would have to talk to Domenico to see if he's completed that yet. I'm not sure if he's got that done.
Were you asking by when do we finalize?
Well, my only concern is if there's gonna be changes and we're having a public hearing regarding what's being presented, then I don't know that I'm comfortable.
Well, again, the public hearing is for the public to ask questions about it. It's not to necessarily present anything.
But are they gonna ask questions about what's being presented?
They could. And I mean, there's nothing else we can do to the state software. I mean, we can't have the state submit the software any earlier. It's a function of how things occur in the timeline.
Well, then what she's saying as far as public comment, if there's anything significant, could it be posted so the public can see it? And then they could comment next. See, we can't, time-wise, we have June meeting, and then 10 days later is July 1, and we can't have the superintendent start fiscal year without a budget. She wouldn't be able to do payroll. She wouldn't be able to do anything.
Right, so that was my
So-
question about when do we have to approve the budget and is.
Next meeting.
Next meeting, not today.
Supposed to have a hearing, 30 days of comment on it, and then approve it.
So I would just like a way of being able to, I don't know, you're saying it's a public hearing and people can hear about it and comment on it, but if there's any changes, I would like to hear, there's not gonna be major changes to what's being presented.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Okay, I think,
Absolutely.
I think he can say that with certainty.
Yes.
Yeah. And if we, remember what I said about moving this whole thing up a month and have more time in advance to the June, that wouldn't have helped here.
No,
Not a bit.
it would have made it work.
Well, you have to stab me with that.
It would have made the timeline even more off than it is.
Correct.
So should there be a way that you can present a document that just shows what were the changes made from here, if there were any?
If he hasn't completed all of the technical reviews and changed them, yes. If he's already done that, it would be him going off of his memory of what he did prior to, what was done. I haven't asked him to do that, so if he's already done it, he's probably not gonna remember everything. And again, most of the time, it's because a goal and function, which is part of our account code, doesn't coincide with a certain object or even a resource. That's I did it for 16 years. I remember what technical reviews get kicked out. Or if you don't have a number in a certain spot for the criterion standards, you'll have to put that in. And that's just an information item. It's not that things are gonna change. It was just not in the right box. And so when I did second interim, there was that 140-page document. That is what the state software spits out for you guys to approve. That's what is uploaded. That's the data that's uploaded that populates those reports. So it's that big, huge, thick document that comes from the software.
But if there's anything significant, especially dollar-wise, you'll let us know before the June
I will
meeting.
talk to him. I will text him tomorrow since I will be in Sacramento tomorrow.
Okay.
So what we put together is an abbreviated version of the normal PowerPoint that we bring at adoption in first and second interim. This first graph shows the general ending fund balance history. And we compared it to what the current year has and what next year's proposed budget includes. As you can see, the ending fund balance stays relatively the same. The next slide is a familiar one as well. In the current year, we have the most recent second interim data from 24-25. It's showing expenditures greater than revenues, which is due to the carryover situation where we allow departments to budget for that carryover. However, next year's budget is pretty much a balanced budget. I believe it's off by $100,000 more revenue coming in than expenditures. So that's really good. The next slide shows the components of budgeted revenue, our sources of revenue. Again, LCFF, federal and state. This is the one that is usually the opposite of a school district, where the majority of their funds come up from LCFF dollars. And the last slide shows the objects that our expenditures contain in our budget. So we have the salaries and benefits, supplies, operating expenditures, capital outlay, and other outgo. And also included in your packet, it is the memo that we normally hand out when we do the budget adoption as well. And that shows the same information. And I'm scrolling down to it because I can't read those small numbers up there.
You can't see on screen.
So it shows the total revenues, total expenditures. As you can see, the net is to the good of $400,000, which doesn't change our ending fund balance by much compared to our beginning balance. Item B shows the components of that ending fund balance, with targeted programming making up the majority of that. And then we have the unappropriated amount, which is the unrestricted. And then we have the other funds below that, which include child development, force reserve, charter school, school facilities, retiree benefits, adult education, special ed pass-through.
Can you address special ed?
The pass-through special ed fund, number 7.
Number 6. I'm sorry, not special ed, adult ed, thank you. No ending balance. I mean, are we discontinuing special adult ed?
So those are grant dollars, and that's why there's no ending fund balance there. It's a small amount of money that comes in every year that we're required to put in this fund. We used to be in the general fund prior to LCFF, but they made us pull it out and put it in its own fund.
But that could change at the next interim. Do you anticipate some grants for
that doesn't fluctuate much at all. The adult ed fund pretty much stays the same.
Okay.
And where is that used? In our court school, that we've got students that are adults?
No, I thought it was in CTE.
There are programs with CTE and then also our ATP, adult transition programs as well.
So that would be adult ed and not the special ed funds.
Correct.
The ATP.
But yes, to your point, Dr. Clyde, this year there's 400,000, 14 next year. We don't like to budget for grants that we're uncertain about.
Right, that's what I was getting
So
at.
you're right. That number will be up around the same amount as this year. It's an ongoing situation. We've had funds in that, or expenditures and revenues in that fund for years.
And then item number 7, special ed pass-through fund.
Yes,
What does that mean?
those are all dollars that are passed through to the school district.
Directly to the special ed departments or?
Most of the time, yes. And it's all based on student population at the school district.
Is our charter school CTEC, is that hitting its hoped target?
We are a general fund contribution of $127,000.
That's it?
As it stands in this budget, yes.
And that could be modified slightly by, the school doesn't start till August, so.
I believe we're
We're getting close.
It could go up, yeah, I mean, it could, Domenico's in constant contact with Director Delano to get the latest number of students that he has signed up, so.
I mean, another 10 kids take care of it.
Yes, actually, probably less than that, probably 8 or 9, yeah, absolutely. Fingers crossed, if not this year, next year. The way we're attracting kids, we're gonna do really well next year.
Just for as for a nonprofit, you've got it within 400,000 revenues versus expenditure. That's pretty tight.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And keep in mind that It's gonna change dramatically at first interim because we will have closed our books by early September, because it does take us a couple of months to get that done. We will post the true carryover, and then we'll let the departments budget those expenditures as well. So right now, this preliminary budget is an estimated beginning balance for next year, and then carry over our ending balance for that year as well.
But in your experience, is the true carryover versus the proposed
What?
Been that much different?
Absolutely. If you look at this chart,
No, I know the difference in numbers, but I mean, by the end of the year, does it work out to be about the same carryover per department? Or does that jump around?
it normally jumps around because most departments don't spend their full carryover. They'll utilize it throughout the year. Or they know that they have an expenditure coming up in the next year that could cost their area. You know, you gotta replace 30 laptops for our school psychologists. That's gonna be a huge amount. That's gonna go out, so.
My only worry was about, you know, we've got a tight budget here, and was the May revise and the governor. Maybe this would be a good time if you have a sentence or two about.
I do. So the COLA was 2.41. It was revised down to 2.3. Prop 98 is going to see an increase of 2.9 billion, but that's actually 4.6 billion less than it was in January. So, but as Member Robles mentioned a while ago, education was spared in the state budget. It's probably the right terminology because there were other programs and organizations that were not as well off as schools were. There is one deferral that they're proposing from June to July, which that's the best, deferral because it's only 30 days. It's not deferring it for 3 or 4 months like we had back in 08, 09, and we had 3 or 4 of them back then. ELOP funds, this doesn't necessarily pertain to us, but it's good news for some of our smaller districts in the county. They upped the minimum amount of ELOP dollars to a school district because some of the districts that have 50 or 75 kids, if they went by the formula, they would only get probably 10 or 15,000, but the minimum was 50. They upped the minimum to 100,000. So that was one of the asks, the Small School Districts Association. We had a presentation at that superintendent's meeting. So they were able to get that passed. And also they lowered the qualification for unduplicated count from 75% to 55%. So that means more districts will actually qualify for the funds and get more funding. So that's a good thing as well. There is one new block grant. It's called the Student Support and Professional Development Block Grant. It's $1.7 billion. It was 1.8 in January, which it came down a little bit. It's probably going to be a calculation based on ADA or some method that they're going to use. There are 5 areas that they suggest you spend the dollars on. And the last area is addressing rising costs. So that's a pretty broad area to be able to spend the money in, which is good for districts because they have enough funds coming to them where they have to spend it on a specific purpose, which is good.
Yeah, very discretionary.
But sometimes you need some discretionary funds to enhance programs or do things for teachers and students at the school. So, and hopefully, although there probably will be another report that a school district will have to do, you can add that to the list of probably well over 100 reports that every time you're given dollars by the state, you have to justify it and turn in a report. So, but those are the highlights of the budget.
Yeah.
You said, I'm sorry, student support and professionalism?
A professional development discretionary block grant.
Thank you.
On the deferred from June to July 1, is that June 30 to July 1 or June 1 to July 1? 30 days or?
I don't know the exact date when the apportionment comes out, but it's probably a 30-day window.
So that's 30 days worth of revenue that we have to be thinking about in advance. We're going to get it back eventually, but.
Right, so what's going to happen is if the school districts do $2 million in June, they're not going to get that and they'll add it to the July's apportionment.
And obviously they'll be dipping in the reserves in order to make the payroll.
The cash reserves, yeah.
Right. Which was the pit that started going, the cliff they started going over in 08. In
08, I think there was 4 or 5 deferrals and they were long periods of time. And there was actually some that were back to back. So you didn't get paid your apportionment dollars sometimes for 3 months. And a lot of districts are doing COPs to borrow cash.
Right,
and
they were
things like that.
going big into the trans fund and,
Yep.
okay, that was my concern. But it looks like we'll probably get through this year. And then
Next year. that's a
next
good
year,
way
it
to
may
put
be
it.
a whole different story.
Well, the year after next year, yeah, 26, 27
Right.
could be interesting year.
Okay,
Any other questions?
yeah, any other questions?
Can you send me the information on the student support and professional development locker?
I-
When we get it?
Yeah, I don't know, I mean,
Yeah.
it's so new, I mean, it's not even state law yet, it's not even in the budget yet. So. Oh, no, I mean, I can give you this piece of paper that has like the 5 areas
Thank you.
right there at start on.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, no other questions? Okay, that'll conclude the hearing. It's 3:37 and for the budget proposal. Okay, move on to special reports, business services, quarterly at fixed assets.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was pretty dark. Thank you.
That's okay.
President Clyde, I'm here with that page. Received the quarterly fixed asset report pursuant to Ed Code Section 1279. We have to report the sale and disposal of books, equipment, and supplies. This is something that we started probably a year and a half ago, and you have a detailed list of those assets that were disposed or sold. And if you remember when we started, I think that the report was 3 or 4 pages long because we were catching up. So it's down to about 2/3 of a page. And most of them, again, are laptops, electronic devices of some sort, servers, some desks, iPads, things of that nature. And there is a 1997 Chevy Silverado truck. That Migrant
Yeah, I heard
Education
you
has.
saying that.
Truck. That is a 28-year-old truck.
Is that a Scott's Island?
No,
Oh, I
it was
thought it was
Migrant Ed. It was probably used to tow the trailer that Migrant had.
Finally gave in.
20 years is good though.
Yeah, that's a good.
Okay, so it's for information.
Yes, sir.
Then we'll move on to board project update.
Okay, I'm pleased to say that last June 2024, we selected 3 projects, and we are pleased to be able to have all 3 presentations at this time. I'd like to invite up our friend, Alondra Williams Vasquez, the Executive Director of the African American Historical and Cultural Museum. Thank you for your patience with us, Alondra. And looking forward to hearing a little bit about the Revival Empowering Youth program.
Yes, thank you so much for your support of our programming. I'm excited to share about how we were able to impact our 26 participants this year. This is our first year ever implementing a new initiative called Resilience Revival. A part of the initiative, it houses a trauma-informed support layer in order to help support all of our participants as we're doing different workshops. We realized there was a need in the community for these types of services. And so when we're talking about African American history, sometimes some topics can be a little triggering. And so to lay the foundation for that, we launched our very first Be Well workshop for youth and young adults at the museum. Again, I asked Ms. Munson if she passed out. Oh, okay, great. You all have our little report so that you can see our outcomes that we have. We are really excited. The kids and the youth had a lot of fun. We were able to kind of separate everyone into age appropriate classes. And then we came together for a couple of exercises. We used art as a means of being able to talk about certain processes and different coping mechanisms. This was one of the things that we wanted to focus on as our youth and young adults are going through the different stages in life, and even some adults, myself included, being able to have healthy coping mechanisms to be able to process through difficult conversations, difficult feelings, whatever the case may be, is vital right now and paramount. One of the things that we were able to do is we did our community warm-up and safe space agreements, where we talked about how we would approach each other, talk to each other, handle each other, those types of things, and everyone participated.
We had hand-on activities such as creating stress balls, and we did some journaling. We created puzzles as well with different affirmation words on them that we could have them go back and reference when they're going through difficult times. Different things that had to speak about like how they felt about themselves or who they wanted to be. So that during the times when some of our kids dealt with bullying, and so during those times they could go back or have something to reference back. And while having all these tools were really good for the kids, one of the things that we focused on as well was to create a list of names of safe people that they could go to talk about, you know, when they're feeling any type of certain way, and to create like their systems of support. So using those, we watched a couple of cartoons for the littles that talked about like how to handle, you know, worry and different things like that. We fed them because we know that if you feed them, they will come. And we can thank our partner, the Chicken King, which is down here at Fulton Mall, who helped provide our lunch. When at the culmination of it all, the youth and young adults were able to walk away with different items like activity books, a list of resources for any types of issues they might be having that has to do with suicide prevention, just somebody to talk to, safe places where they can go. And then as going back to the 26 participants that we had, 3 were elementary age, 18 were junior high school age, and 5 were college age adults. For the demographics, 76.9% of them were African American, 11.5 were Hispanic, 7.7 were biracial, and 3.8 were Hmong. So we were really excited about being able to have a diverse group of youth and oral participants engage with us at the museum, because we think it's important that we all learn about each other in order to create safe spaces of unity in our community, which is not meant to rhyme, but it just does. And so that was basically what we did. We got some reports from some of our youth that are using these different techniques that we taught. They all had a really good time. We did a post survey. Parents were very pleased with the outcomes and the time frame of what we kept the kids. It was like a half-day workshop. There was another outcome. And of course, in all these little notes, I cannot find them, but they're also in your one-pager that you had. So that concludes my presentation. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Any questions?
So tell me, what was the overall feeling of the students after they completed the workshop?
So a lot of them were strangers initially. They didn't know each other. And then afterward, we saw people bonding, or the kids bonding with others. Some of the elementary kids were talking to some of the junior high kids, and they were helping them along with different processes or just having fun, especially during cleanup when we were cleaning up after certain art projects. Just the friendly banter and the community that we saw. And I think that was the main thing that we saw, was that kids were creating community with kids that they normally wouldn't talk to or have access to, which is really great because we all need each other to grow up to be healthy, well-rounded adults.
I have a question. So if this was like a pilot project or a first time, do you have plans to continue?
Yes.
Down the road?
Yes, we do. We want to do more of these types of workshops, again, looking for funding. And since you all helped us with this one, it'd be great to have another come about, but at a larger scale, if we could. We are really looking to have at least like 3 of these types of events a year, where we can bring our community together, learn about one another, talk about the different things, how to be able to cope with certain like mental health or wellness, but also a part of Resilience Revival is all of our programming, and which includes education, which includes history, which includes STEAM based programming. And then I don't know if you all have heard that we have our first iteration of our pollinator program getting ready to be piloted this summer in partnership with Fresno Unified. I know that but you guys are all friends, so it's great. And so we'll be able to have like more participating or more community members participate in these types of events. And all of our programming has that trauma-informed support layer in it, which helps us to be able to make sure everybody is safe inside and out.
Do you meet your intended goals in terms of numbers of participants and so on?
I was aiming for 30, so 26 is pretty good. And yes, I think that the outcomes, it was a nice size group, which was easily handled by myself and my staff. Everybody was engaged. There was no person that was just kind of off to themselves. We were able to pull everybody together and really, like I said, going back to that, creating that sense of community amongst all of our participants. And so in my opinion, yes.
So then I'll say, other grants are out there. Here on Fulton, Downtown Rotary meets on Fulton Avenue, and their grant application period for the 25-26 membership year is currently open. So seek out Downtown Rotary's website and apply.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Member Burton, for actually, you were the initial contact with me and reaching out. I really appreciate that.
I thank you for like getting it back and putting focus back there at the museum. I know for many years, it's just kind of like the doors closed and it's not easy to open the museum back up. And so it's truly a gem in our community. And sometimes I think people forget some of those gems that are there and how they can be supported.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So that is all. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, move on to 2024 project Early Care and Education.
Okay, Early Care and Education will be represented today by Jonathan Dewick. Thank you, Jonathan. And the title of the project was Count, Play, Explore, Family Engagement. Do you need something? Can we help you with something? Oh, a clicker.
I can just talk.
No, we had a clicker. Steve, is there a clicker?
Kevin? No, Ryan
Okay.
took it from me.
That's okay.
I did not confiscate it.
The
IT guy took his clicker and went.
Doing math and science. Thank you for being a part of the Lighthouse for Children is doing at our Child Development Center to support some family engagement events for our families to come and take part in. My role as the content coordinator with Count, Play, Explore, which is the STEAM initiative funded through the state of California, we were our superintendent of schools. So we take the information and activities that we are developing through Count, Play, Explore and bringing families in for those. So with Count, Play, Explore, we have 4 main goals that also tie into what we're doing with our family engagement nights. So picture these beautiful font on the screen. It's about supporting young children's math and science outcomes. It's about building confidence and capacity for educators and for families in math and science. It's about raising awareness for families of the importance of early math and science. And finally, a positive identity in math and science for our children, our families, and our educators. We're talking about from birth through 3rd grade, age 8. In my conversations with what I call civilians, all of my friends who aren't educators, when they hear that I work in the math and science world of birth through 8, they laugh a little bit. And then we talk about how math is happening immediately with our youngest learners and what it looks like to make a difference and the investment, the valuable investment that takes place in this arena right there. So we have our site, Count, Play, Explore, where we pull activities from. These are all engaging activities, hands-on activities, where the families come in and take part with their children, with the teachers there, with our assistants there, come alongside them. So we've done 2 so far. We have 2 more coming up. These range from being completely in-house, where the families come in the evening. When they're picking up their children, they stay. We have a meal that we provide for them, so they don't have to go home and come back, but they can enjoy that as a family, as a community. And then we have different sessions in each room that they can rotate in a free flow fashion, where they're reading the children's book. They're talking about what's taking place in that book or during and after that story. And then they're also doing an activity after that they're talking about it, they're engaging in that, building something, constructing something, playing a game, searching for shapes, whatever that might be, according to that book that we have. We have some ring cards that we hand out to them that have different activities they can do when they get home. We have handouts for them to take home. And then we also have what we call an app pack. So picture, if you will, adorable children carrying backpacks on their backs, talking with their mother, father, caregiver, and uncle about taking these home. We have like a library checkout system where they can take these home, read the book, do the activity. We promote all of these during our family engagement. Out them, they're encouraging them to be a part of math and science that's taking place. We also have what we call interactive exhibits where they can in the lobby come in and be a part of a light and shadows experience, sand experience, estimation activities that are right there where they're picking up their child any day of the week, but then fully engaged if possible during these engagement. So as I said, we have 2 that we've already done and 2 more coming up. Beyond being actually in the building, we have some that are virtual, where when the families pick up their children that day, we send home a packet with them. And then they can watch a video on YouTube, and then they can do the activity at home. These are usually food-based, for example, making a pizza or making soup. So they're measuring, they're counting out, there's math and science involved in all of that, and they're doing this together. So the children can be a part of not just the book and the experience, but then what they're eating later on. Our next one coming up is going to be a hybrid where a part of what they do will take place as they're leaving from picking up their child. We'll have some exhibits set up in the lobby of the lighthouse, and then they'll have a small pack to take home where they will prepare dinner based off the recipe and the actions, the specifics book that they'll be part of. And then they get to keep that book in their home when they leave that. Our next step, because of what we've been able to do based off of this experience, is piloting with 4 schools in the area about how they can engage in these family, but we used to call family math nights, now we call them family STEAM nights or family engagement nights. So we'll be coaching 4 different schools this next school year to be determined who they are, how they can build a sustainable program where they're bringing families in throughout the year in that birth through 3rd grade realm and build their STEAM program with our encouragement, with our supports to make this impact long lasting. Children on the screen. Thank you. Are there any questions that I did?
Yeah, any questions?
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
It's so good. Thank you very much.
Okay, then we'll move on to 2024 Safe and Healthy Kids.
Yes,
Josh?
you might remember that this project received the Golden Bell Award. So we're very happy to have presenter Josh Blecka come back up and talk to us about the foster and homeless youth leadership training.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Excited to be here. Honored to speak on behalf of the Gallup's strengths-based leadership program that we have here. Honored to speak on behalf of the Safe and Healthy Kids. We have Brent Smither and Helena Silva here too. So I feel like it was important to give context because I don't know if everyone remembers about the program. I will say this, slide 1 does have that Golden Bell logo on there, so I definitely included that. But to give context, this program was created in partnership between departments at FCSS, the Foster and Homeless Youth Education Services Department, and the Safe and Healthy Kids Department. The program has been in existence for 3 years. It is under our leadership program, which has been in existence for 30 years, so about as old as me. And I also wanted to acknowledge the partnership within the districts too, because we are very targeted with what districts we work with. We work with the highest population of our homeless and foster youth. So we have Fresno Unified on board, Clovis, Sandra, Clingy, Huron, Selma, totaling 8 cohorts. And to give more context, there are 4 cohorts that are middle school focused, and there are 4 cohorts that are high school focused. And we call it strengths-based because we integrate Gallup strengths. Some of you have taken the strengths, and I've worked with you closely on that. So you know what that is. But for the folks that don't, we have the students take the Gallup Strengths Assessment, and there's a middle school version and there's a high school version. So the high schoolers get the adult version, they get their top 5 strengths, and then the middle school kids, they take the Strengths Explorer where they get three of their strengths. And I think one of the reasons why we do that is because we want our students to be able to leave with a deep sense of confidence and the ability to be resilient when they're experiencing adverse circumstances, and they are right now. So we oftentimes hear adults say, you can be an amazing leader, or you are unique, you are amazing. To me, that's just words. Having an assessment, an actual curriculum that says, no, it doesn't matter what I think this algorithm over here tells you, you are unique, you are amazing. You can use those gifts and talents to fight through the adversity you're going to experience, that you're experiencing now and that potentially you're going to experience in the future. I will say we also had 178 participants across those 8 cohorts. That's the most we've ever had this year. I'm a data guy. I'm sure some of you are too. So I can sit up here and say it was successful because they had smiles on their faces, but we also have some data that we've collected. So we do a pre and a post test or assessment where we ask the kids questions on the skills that we're trying to develop. And to give you an example, the skills we assessed were understanding your personal strengths, which rose from 2.7%. And this is, to give you an idea, the survey was on a scale from fair, good, really good, and excellent. So they answered questions around understanding personal strengths, communication skills, goal setting skills, belief in their leadership ability, and collaboration skills. Every single one of those in the excellent category climbed. So understanding of personal strengths went from 2.94% to 25%. And this is just the excellent, not the good or not the good or very good. The communication skills rose from 2.86% to 12.73%. Goal setting 12.5% to 25.93%. The belief in their leadership ability improved across all levels. And then the collaboration skills nearly doubled. I'm not really a words guy, so if you're hearing this, you're like, oh my gosh, that's a lot of words. I did have a slide that had a graph to show all of what I just said, which would probably have been easier to process. But if there are folks that are like cool data, whatever, we also have some quantitative data that we collected. So in that survey, we actually asked feedback from the students, and here's some that we collected. I never saw myself as a leader before this. Now I feel like I can actually lead others. Learning about my strengths helped me feel proud of who I am. This was the first time I felt like my voice mattered in a group. So we do it in a formal setting, collecting that information around the kid's voice, but we also do it informally. So the last day, we actually asked them to handwrite on Post-its what's something that stood out to them. So I wanted to read a couple of those as we segue out of here. A kid said, I liked being able to learn what it takes to be a leader. Another one was, it was a good day to hear the life of people, but it made me sad to hear some of the things that they're experiencing. And then you also had the kid ones. I liked how we got to cook our own lunch together. And then you got these comments, why didn't we make ribs? You also had the therapy session. And I also, like my favorite here is, you know, we end the 4th day with your connecting your strength story to the reason why you believe you have your top 5 strengths or your top 3 strengths. So we know that our strengths are rooted in our life experiences, who made us and who raised us, what we had versus what we didn't have. So we challenge our kids to be reflective and say, why do you believe you have that particular strength? And one of the ways we do it for middle school students is asking them to share their origin story, essentially their superhero story. And it was amazing because one kid said, I really like the part where we jump off, and they're talking about the zip line, because I felt like Spider-Man. It made me feel like a real hero. And I think that's a beautiful way to say, like, they are a leader, and they recognize that. The other thing I want to lift up is one kid said, I hope I can come back. And I would too, if I could climb up a 30-foot climbing wall, go on a zip line, go on 2 high ropes courses, participate on low ropes course that truly challenges them to understand that they show up in spaces and they can dictate what that space is going to look like just based on how they show up. So I do want to leave us with one comment. I want to commend our office, our county office. I want to commend the board for making programs like this a priority. Being a former foster youth, I know that programs like this are important. So I want to commend us as a collective, our department, the Homeless and Foster Youth Services Department. This moves the needle. And I wish we had more data as far as, I guarantee we have it because we won the Golden Bell and we had to submit the data. But as far as how many days kids are actually attending school because of programs like this. So thank you. Any questions?
Your student recognition, is that?
That's this Friday. Tomorrow? It is tomorrow, yes. So hope to see you guys there. I didn't talk about that, but it is the culmination to the leadership program. Every single kid is being recognized there. It's 128 kids that are going to be there out of 178. That's pretty impressive.
I know the last time that we had the opportunity to tour Scout Island, your group was there.
Oh, yes.
And we were able to witness the kids working on their projects and interacting. And I know I interacted with some of the students from Selma. I don't know if they were all from Selma or just that small portion. but they were really engaged. They were really articulate about what they were doing and where they were doing it. And I felt it was a great opportunity for me to be able to witness the impact of your program.
Yes, we enjoyed our visit and getting the tour of all of the beautiful memorabilia that's on the wall. Scott's Island actually is a jewel, and it's a beautiful place for our foster care and our students that are having social emotional issues. And we know after the pandemic being isolated for 3.5 years, they came out without any social skills or conflict resolution skill sets. And they're struggling, and they need those extra soft skills and wraparound services. And your department is providing that for us, and we're so grateful to you for the care and concern and love that you're giving our special students. And we're just grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that completes the 2024 projects. Now we'll move on to the 2025.
And I'll just cue it up that it's always in the month of May that we suggest that we have an opportunity to just discuss potential projects, and it's just really an open forum. I always feel obligated really to provide you a couple of good ones. I have them, but I'd really like to defer really my time to Marcy, who I know has spent quite a bit of time vetting carefully 2 or even 3 suggestions. So, and then really there'd be an opportunity at this point for anyone to suggest additional things for consideration. It's our hope that by June's meeting, we have selected the board project for the upcoming year. So
Sure, yeah. So you have in your packet, there are 3 different projects that I submitted. 2 are from Special Olympics, as I mentioned at our last meeting. This is an organization that I have had no experience with, and they serve our students. I mean, not just those in our program, but all of our students, not only in Fresno County, but actually in the Valley. I asked them to submit 2 project ideas. You have them both in your packet. The first one is a Young Athletes Program, which is they're trying to expand this program for their 2 to 9-year-olds to introduce them to the world of sports. And these are, young athletes with and without intellectual disabilities. They take part in unified activities that support cognitive, social, and motor skill development. They're encouraged to try age-appropriate sports and skills and make friends while playing together. So there are a number of goals that are identified. The project helps build foundational skills for kids to become aware of themselves and each other. For able kids, with those kids that have some sort of disability, to interact together. Motor skills, social emotional skills, incorporating family members, supporting sport readiness and acceptance in terms of inclusive practices. So they're projecting to offer 4 events in 25-26 locally in Fresno County, serving approximately 200 students. This request is a $5,000 project, and they've identified methods that they would document through data and evidence. And they would also incorporate our board logo in any of their materials and or signage that they have. So that's one project. That one is specifically with the 2 to 9-year-olds. The other project is they have what they call Unified Champion Schools, and they're trying to expand this program for middle schools. Let's see. The purpose of this project is to, let's see, Special Olympics Northern California includes the flagship component of Unified Champion Schools. So they have a whole network of schools that participate. They're hoping to expand those networks to help ignite friendship and belonging between students with and without disabilities. Their program spans pre-K to transition schools. The champion schools create school climates where all students feel welcome. They create positive perceptions and attitudes, have a focus on agents of change, and align with educational priorities. This project would focus on a partnership with Fresno Unified Middle Schools and be open to other middle schools outside of Fresno Unified. It just happens to be because Fresno is central and the vast majority of participants are in Fresno. Fresno would be the site for these 4 activities through the year. They would estimate with this project to serve approximately 500 students for a total cost of $7,500. So those are the 2 Special Olympics. Again, outreach with special needs students. The third project is a project of the Cornerstone Community Care Organization, which is located right down here downtown. They provide a range of community services to people in need, and from food banks to showers for homeless and other projects. They have this program called the Project Student Aid Program that currently serves, I think it's 12 schools in Fresno Unified, and they're wanting to expand that. This project provides backpacks, 100 backpacks to kids at each school, kids that are identified by the school needing those types of supports. Backpacks full of supplies for the kids, and also 8 bicycles to be given during the year as incentives for kids to attend school. Right? I mean, we're talking about, with our programs, attendance is an issue. So they're feeling that with kids that have 100% attendance or something like that, it depended by the school, their names go into a drawing, and 8 bikes are given across the school year, 2 per quarter. This project cost, which is a revised cost, it would impact 108 students at a school, at a single school, elementary school, and at a cost of $4,000 per school. So it could be, if we wanted to support more than one school, just multiply the numbers. So those are the numbers of students directly impacted. Of course, if kids are in they usually at like the bike drawings are giving those at like a school assembly. So more kids are affected because they're part of that
Atmosphere.
Thank you so much. I was going to say the rah-rah, to increase motivation. So all the kids are exposed, but not every child receives any these items. So again, I don't have a direct involvement with any of these projects, but they were just organizations that I was aware of that I think are doing good work in areas that maybe we haven't thought of before. My goal would be, if we wanted to fund one or more of these schools, I'd love to help them expand it beyond Fresno Unified Schools. They target specifically, I didn't mention this, specifically Title I schools. It's not just any school, but schools that qualify for Title I. There's a page that gives you a whole outline too. That's part of their materials. And I have a list of the schools, if you want to see it, that they currently are involved with that project.
So Marcy, are you able to, I really like the YAP extension, the first one, Young Athletes Program expansion, the YAP expansion, that's serving students from the age of 2 to 9 and giving them the introduction and the interactive way of fun for children that are without intellectual disabilities as well as vision impaired. I like that one. I like the age group. I like the 2 to 9. I think that would be something wonderful to be able to start and support. And then with the collaboration of including our logo and being supportive to the Special Olympic as well. I don't know how involved we are as far as, supporting with the logo as well. I think that's a nice little added piece that they added in there as well at the bottom.
Yeah, both of those projects
Yeah.
with Special Olympics would include, any materials or whatever, and if there was some event, and I'm sure we would be in, like, for the field days or whatever that they have, that we could attend. These are just 3 ideas that came to me. I am not, necessarily advocating one over another. I'm just
thank you for
offering them up.
No,
I know where you got it.
I'll speak a little bit to unified sports because I have 3 children who have participated at the high school level, because really, I think their program for unified sports focuses mostly at the high school level, where Special Olympics is at the high school, and it's actually the varsity athletes at the high school. They co-participate in athletic events, soccer, basketball, I think volleyball. I don't think they play football. And they partner together, and it's not like a one thing or once a quarter. It's like they play a season and then they play against other schools that have unified sports teams, so that the varsity athletes are directly interacting with children from Special Olympics and who are in special education, usually at the school they attend. So they're developing relationships with those students on the campus, so that those varsity athletes can be a support for those students on the campus and give them more visibility and more inclusion and even more activities there. And so I will say that the middle school item is not a 4 time a year, probably. It's probably a whole bunch of activities. It's a very good item to get younger and younger students to interact with students on their campus who are probably recipients of special education services, and to build meaningful relationships between them, to not just be a support on campus, but for those students who many times are in special education, they need to feel safe, and it builds a relationship for more people on their campus to be people that they feel safe and comfortable with. So both of them are very, very noteworthy programs to help students.
Yeah, I think, like you said, that for the champion schools, they do programming at the school site, but this project would help support them coming together for like the big competitions. From multiple sites.
Yeah. Superintendent, do you have a few?
Yeah, we're waiting for you.
Would you like me to share the 2 that we have?
Absolutely.
We recommended for consideration an extension or build on the early care and education work that you've been aware of and working with for the last 1 year, because it took us a few years to gather the data, and we believe that this is the year that we're going to submit that program for the Golden Bell Awards. To be honest, I don't know that you need to commit any funding to that, and you'd still be able to stand at the event for Golden Bell and certainly be part of that should we be successful with winning that. But in any case, we wanted to make sure you had that option. We feel very good about that program and continuing forward. We also have a program that, again, requires no cost, but it is focused on our alternative education, specifically at Worsley. And this is in partnership with Focus Forward, which I don't know how much engagement you have with that group. That group has been with us for at least the last 15 years, maybe even 20. And we have a very strong relationship with Focus Forward. There is an opportunity, and by the way, it's very unique in the state. Currently, we have about 15 adults enrolled with 2 adult students who have completed their associate degrees And the whole idea is that to get our kids successfully educated with their AS degree, and as they're released from Worsley, kind of catapulted into a four-year university so that they can continue on that positive path forward.
Question,
Sure, of course.
Superintendent, so that means we have the whole 20 for our budget?
Yes, you have $20,000 for your budget.
Thank you so much.
Well,
You're amazing.
So with, I mean, alternate education and the students who are completing their AS degrees who are at Worsley, you know, those are persons who they're out of our school. And so that's why I would say like that's not she was talking about it. I'm just on my handwritten notes. What is part of the item that we would be doing? Would we be like supporting those students after their like post-release education, or giving them incentives to do their AS?
This is a program that's already in place, and I'll invite Dr. Lira to contribute to this concept too. She oversees that program. But essentially, there is no cost involved, and you can be as engaged as you'd like to be. But being a part of their graduation ceremony, and certainly working maybe with Focus Forward and being involved with the kinds of supports that Focus Forward offers and our students.
And I mean, the highlight that they do have, and Dr. Masamoto, I think, was there, was they like to wear a shirt that states that they're a Fresno City college or, you know, a dual enrolled student. But the site's been purchasing, if you felt inclined to and you wanted to spend a couple $100s, it would just be a shirt or sweater that they get to wear to walk around campus and show that they are officially enrolled as a college student. But no obligation, they would still get the shirt regardless, just purchased through JJC.
I sort of see these 5 options as 2 that are very inwardly focused and 3 that are very outwardly focused, all benefiting students though. So it's just about what you have the spirit and interest in being.
So that's what I want to say, like if we wanted to support alternative education of students who are enrolled to get their junior college degree, get their associate's degree, say if we wanted to provide $1,000 for incentives, that could be like something we could do, because we don't have to say what the incentive is, it's just incentives. Could be a shirt, could be a spaghetti meal. So those kinds of things. So, you know, maybe that's something we could look at, and that's not a high cost, but it's very effective for 15 people. You know, it's called high impact, because, you know, reminding ourselves that we do have students at Worsley until they're age 26.
26. Yeah.
Age 26.
Can I just ask a question? Where are we with our 6 years in Tranquility Spot at Violet Heights? Having a mental health there for staff and students for that request.
Can we talk about that later?
No, I want to ask her right now.
I think we have numerous spaces that offer youth uses for students, but your request is about adults, tranquil space for adults,
Well,
like
so-
staff?
Just a quiet space where they can, staff and or students, can have on campus for some mindfulness. A space where they can go just to maybe step away, de-escalate, just to have that space. You know, we've been talking about it for some time, a water feature, some type of mindfulness that have been requested years ago.
Was that part of a board project request, or was that
Well,
just a
it
general?
actually came from staff. And then we had kind of looked into, I didn't know if it was something that maybe could come forward or where we were with that and providing that for them.
Let me look into.
The staff transitioned a little bit, that now went over to JJC. And this current batch of students that are there for the cohort for the last couple of years, remember they transition all the time, they from that type of space to an enhanced gym, which is why they ended up with new gym equipment. Do they possibly need a de-escalation tranquil space? That's something that we are having conversations about more in terms of indoor versus outdoor, because originally it was going to be outdoor in the front of the school. And I think that was a concern for some of the staff, but indoor we could revisit again, of course. And they have other internal funds that they could use for that as well. Yeah.
So I shared at the last meeting, so I want to make a shameless plug again, about Jane Addams Elementary School, because they do have a center there for the children in need. And I had shared how I met with their community schools coordinator, and she shared with me about the high number of foster and homeless youth that they have in that school. And they often need help with just getting some of the essential things that the students need, whether it's undergarments, socks, some of those essentials. So I would love if we could support, even if it was like, I don't know, maybe $2,500 or something, to just kind of replenish some of the things they need.
What school was that, Tracy?
Jane Addams.
Oh, James.
It's like 99 McKinley.
I know where it is. It's what.
Put all, I think we have 6 on the table now, and I can put them all in kind of a brief manner and assign a dollar amount so that's been discussed here so that we can look at it in the interim for the next several weeks between now and our June meeting. Would you like that for our next steps?
Sure. Well, I'm just going to jump in and say I'm curious about the process that we had established where proposals were to be submitted by May 1st.
Yes.
And I know that you mentioned it, but you know, with these other ideas, which are great ideas, why weren't they packaged and submitted so that we could compare apples to apples? If we're
So I'm
supposed to vote on it next month.
I'll make a crazy thing right now. 5, 7, 5, and 4. There's only 12, 5. I mean, I think we should bring back to our next board meeting to basically support all 3 that were submitted. I mean, that should be for a vote, and then if there's items that are left over, then we should consider additional items.
Yeah, I would like to see what we're talking about. Is it a?
Well, I think the one that I have, it's not like complicated or anything.
Yeah, but we need to propose.
Yeah, they could just.
It's more so based on the program exists in some, where what would be purchased. But I fully support the ones that you submitted. I'm new to the board, obviously, and I didn't know that there was a written proposal that needed to happen. So that was just me not knowing that. I had asked about it, and I was told there would be a presentation of proposals, but I was never able to like, we need to submit a written request, otherwise I would request this.
Yeah, first, I think it's fine. I think right now we can, I don't know, is this where I can say to have a future board agenda item? Or is that future?
We're coming up.
But we can do it now.
Yeah.
But I mean, we can't action item now, but you can put it on.
Yeah,
future-
the
future
future
action
board
item.
agenda item for next board meeting to consider and approve all 3 submitted, and then from what's left over, we can.
That's what I was just gonna say. We
Proposals.
still might-
Is it for the 3?
12,005?
Yeah.
75.
Right.
It's,
We have more.
75 and 4.
There's a lot more than 12.5.
yeah.
You need a new calendar.
I think it's the calculator.
16. If
Yeah, that's 35, what is that, $3,500 left over? And if you do, even if we did the incentive is 1,000, so that is 17, that's still
She was talking
$2,500.
2,500 for her thing.
Yeah.
That would match right up. So just put it right in. Okay?
Thank you.
So motion for all 4.
Well, yeah, we can action item all. They don't have to have public hearing. Okay, now we'll move on to action items. Charter school, consider approval of MOU charter authorization for big picture. Dr. Hunt?
Good afternoon. Thank you for responding. Good afternoon, President Clyde, trustee, Superintendent Coper, and cabinet members. Item J1 on today's agenda is the consideration and approval of the memorandum of understanding between the Fresno County Board of Education and Big Picture Educational Academy, outlining the governance and authorizing practices related to the charter school. Following the April 17th approval of Big Picture's charter renewal for a 2-year term, this MOU has been developed to reflect that same 2-year period. Authorizer responsibilities are codified in Education Code 47604.32 and are spelled out in the MOU. The MOU sets forth the mutual understanding and agreements between the parties and addresses, but is not limited to the following areas. So defining relationships, responsibilities, and designated representatives in the charter authorizing process, procedures for material revisions to the charter, charter school facilities and governance, insurance requirements, fiscal operations and reporting, enrollment processes and policies, special education services, personnel, oversight responsibilities and associated fees, and a host of other things that are in our standard MOU. It's important to note that charter oversight at the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools is a collaborative effort that includes several departments. While the charter schools department is responsible for monitoring and oversight, the department itself does not provide professional development or technical assistance. While oversight activities such as site visits may result in recommendations, the department does not deliver direct support services to charters, and that's the charter schools department in and of itself. Other departments within FCSS provide direct technical assistance. Some of those services are contracted and others are funded by the superintendent, such as LCAP support, or other technical assistance departments. And many of my FCSS colleagues work with Big Picture through either contracted services or some of the other superintendent funded services. In addition to the content and language established in all MOUs between the county board and authorized charters. So the MOU template that you have, all but the last page is our standard MOU that we have with every charter. The Big Picture MOU, at the request of the board, includes quarterly progress reporting through the charter schools department and a presentation to the county board in August of 2026. Additionally, the agreement is that Big Picture will not submit its renewal petition until after the 2026 dashboard is released to give us a couple years of data, which will include the 25 dashboard and associated student outcomes, and the 26 dashboard and associated student outcomes. The Charter Committee respectfully recommends that the board approve the MOU as presented.
They have the alternative measurements?
Yes.
Are they still a dashboard alternative?
As a dashboard alternative, yes. So that we will meet, Dr. Greenlaw and I, and Dr. Lira, I'm not sure, and Dr. Lira will meet with we have a meeting with Big Picture next week to codify those alternatives.
And that's not like, that's not an item we have to take, but can we have that once they agree to it? Can we have that given to us collectively? Because it's just like an informing notice, like a memo, not like not a board presentation, just so we know what did they agree to.
Yes.
So yeah, so we meet with them on the 22nd, and within 30 days of that meeting, we have to then present to them what we agreed on. And then anytime after that, it's.
Have they signed this?
Yes, we have this, yeah, their leadership already. They brought it to us.
I do want to just highlight that the number 5 on there, that
that any failure by the charter school to comply with any provisions of the conditions set forth constitute a material violation of the charter and shall become a ground for revocation of the charter. So I do want to highlight that because I think part of the discussion at the last meeting was whether or not, we held them accountable for some of those metrics, and if we were having those meetings and just being able to really say it's up to them whether or not they're successful in terms of getting the charter renewal, because these are the guidelines we have, and we're going to be strict about them moving forward.
And I just wanted to draw attention to the very last page, which is where you're referring to the timeline, so the discussion that we had at the last meeting, we talked about reporting in a year. Well, a year is from when they set, if I read this timeline right, the year is actually kind of August to August.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be a year from last month.
Yeah,
right.
It's a year from August, the first formal report that we would get from them.
Yes, so their charter term starts July 1. And August of 25 is when we set the baselines
Right.
from the metrics that we agree on. And then they would report back, they would come to you a year from there to give an annual, a 1-year update on the budget.
Now, when it comes to getting these like order progress reports and things like that, are we able to get some of those as well? Like, is that going to be done by the committee? Who's doing those order?
So that information would be sent to us, and then however the process goes, they do.
Okay. Well, at least for the committee, the charter committee, we could.
Oh, yeah, the charter, yeah,
Oh.
so they'll be submitted to the charter.
Okay.
Were you going to agenda updates on each one of those board meeting months in reference to that at all, or?
No,
That's not.
not for the quarterly update.
Okay, so what about not even the annual?
The annual big picture will be
First annual.
presenting their, they'll be here presenting their annual outcomes.
On in August or?
August of the 25th.
6, yeah, okay. That's 47 pages worth of work.
There's gonna be a lot of work. Right.
Any other discussion? It's an action item. Carol, entertain a motion.
Motion to.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. No other discussion? Roll call.
President Clyde,
Yes.
Vice President Matsumoto. Yes. Member Burton,
Yes.
Member Roblin,
Yes.
Member Chapscott Munson. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that's cool.
Yep. Okay, legal services, Mr. Parkin.
Yes. Before the board
Temporary
is,
certificates.
before the board is a list of temporary certificates for the board's ratification for the time period of February 1, 2025 through April 30th, 2025.
Discussion?
Move approval.
A second?
Been moved and seconded. No other discussion. Roll call.
President Clyde,
Yes.
Vice President Matsumoto. Yes. Member Burton,
Yes.
Member Roblin.
Yes.
Member Chapscott Munson. Yes.
Now we'll move on to action item 3, court and community schools academic calendars. Mr. Ham.
Slide item here to present the 25-26 SSS alternative education, Allison Worsley. Calendars for consideration of approval.
Discussion?
Move approval. Second.
Been moved and seconded. No other comments? Roll call, please.
President Clyde,
Yes.
Vice President Matsumoto. Yes. Member Burton,
Yes.
Member Roblin,
Yes.
Member Chapscott Munson. Yes.
Thanks for sticking around.
Appreciate it.
Okay, now we'll move on to item number 4, consider adopt resolution number 25-21 regarding LGBTQ A1A2 plus school awareness month.
Yes, June is the time to celebrate our dynamic LGBTQ community, raise awareness of quality services, and foster a dialogue to promote healthy, safe, and prosperous school climates and communities for all. So I invite the board to join me in adopting resolution number 2025-21 in recognition of LGBTQIA2 plus School Awareness Month.
So move. Thank you.
Been moved and seconded. No other discussion? Roll call, please.
President Klein.
Yes.
Vice President Massimo. Yes. Member Burton.
Yes.
Member Robles.
Yes.
Member Tapscott.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, last item on that is the resolution number 25-22, Board of Education member Tapscott Munson, absence from the meeting March 20.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
President Klein.
Yes.
Vice President Matsumoto. Yes. Member Burton.
Yes.
Member Robles.
Yes.
Member Tapscott.
Staying.
Okay, now we'll move into a closed session, conference about concerning real property negotiators as per Government Code 54956.8. Property APN 049-093-006, 0080, and 012, agency negotiator. Nothing to report from closed session. Trustee activities, travel requests. Anybody?
Yes, in your folder, Marcy, sent over conference that's in September. Marcy, inside your folder is that CSBA for September. Yes, but yes, he's asking for that portion of if you have a conference.
Can you give us a synopsis, Marcy?
Well, I
Trustee
don't,
Massimo?
I could give it to you next month more, because this just came out. I mean, you know, with the transition from CCBE to the CSBA taking over the conference and now ACCBE in existence. Will be was last year, was CSBA responsible? I guess CSBA was responsible. So this is the conference that we have attended in the past and at a different hotel in Monterey. It used to be the one run by CCBE. It's now CSBA that's running this conference. I know the price is kind of high, or much higher than it had been. For early bird pricing is $549, which is registration before June 26th. So, you know, it's a Friday afternoon, all day Saturday and Sunday morning conference.
The CSBA.
Yeah, we go every
It's
year.
CSBA now, but it used to be the CCBE conference.
County
It's
board.
the
But it's just for
Region-
county board members.
Region 14.
Region 14, yeah, but.
So it's the
But
region.
that, yeah, the Region 14 are just representatives. So this is a conference for county board members statewide, specifically geared towards county board members. So the breakout sessions and all are county specific. This is not a general CSBA conference. This conference for those that went, I know Itzy hasn't gone. It's the same conference that we've gone to in the past, but now run by CSBA. So, I was having a sidebar, so apologize when you drew it to my attention. So I don't even know what the question was.
Well, right now, we're on part of the agenda for any travel
Travel
if we're
request.
going. And I
Okay.
think Marcy's focus was that if we're gonna take advantage of the early bird,
Yes.
Yeah,
It has to be-
we need to vote either today or,
we'd have to vote today
Yeah, we're right.
because as of Friday, that's the end of our year closure. I can't process anything for you after Friday. I mean, I can with permission, but it would be nice to know if you want to take advantage of early bird. If not, we'll be on schedule to get it paid for, processed. CSBA doesn't take checks, so it'll be processed when we open up new fiscal year.
Not to
Find out.
apply.
Yeah, so
so I know that President and Superintendent and I in our pre-board meeting had talked about maybe at our board retreat, we talked more about budgeting for travel. So this would have to happen before that conversation. So, which is why, one of the reasons I sort of hesitated with the increased prices. The hotel is $299 per night plus tax. And, whatever it is, plus the other fees. So I calculated if you were staying just the 2 nights, which is what would be appropriate, it'd probably cost about $2,300 per person. Estimating what taxes, like 20% when it comes to hotels, right? Isn't it about, anyhow.
All through an organization that picked this out.
Right.
Yeah.
And is trying to design this though, based on
To keep our money
history.
flowing.
Right. So,
I'm kind of, yeah.
I know, I have mixed feelings about it because I find it very beneficial to be at the conference just for county board
Yes.
members, as opposed to the county strand at the big CSBA one, which is like twice as expensive to attend.
I'll just speak on behalf. This is something that we've attended annually for the past, I've attended annual. I've been on the board 6 years. I did miss last year, so I get to attend, but I have attended annually, and it is something that's very beneficial for county board. It is concentrated and created just for county board members in dealing with specific issues that we deal with. And I would like to make a request to attend.
I will also make a request to attend, and I'll be completely honest, I have no intention on attending CSBA's AEC this year.
I don't either.
It's not just because it's on my birthday. But every year it's on my birthday and it just.
But we still have to pay the CSBA dues in order to attend this.
Yeah. So we pay dues.
Yeah.
Regardless, that's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
But, yeah.
So we're affiliated.
How much is the CSBA dues? Do we remember how much that was?
24,000, but you're paying for this
24 grand.
You're paying, but it's not just for board, it's for gamut, it's for your dues.
For the services.
There's an ELA portion that is for attorney stuff, which I gave to Jason to take a look at. And then you have the CMLS, which is the new CCBE. That's a new due, and we're paying the ACCBE too.
The new what? Did you before
The new
ACCBE?
CCBE is, I think it's CMLS.
ACCBE.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about what's the status on that one?
So this one that they're running, this is probably under their new CCBE. They gave it to us 25% discounted, but it is a fee we'll be paying in place of CCBE.
Yeah, I hadn't heard what the new charges for CSBA were gonna be. They had held it supposedly this year until they figured it out somehow. I haven't heard
The acronyms.
the increase was, because we chose to also join the new ACCBE at the rate that we used to pay for CCBE.
Region 14.
They're continuing to charge us the
The
same
same fee that they
rate.
used to with the two together. That doesn't surprise me.
I just wonder if there's any different course we might want to consider than paying both.
I think we can at this time.
We would agendize it.
Yeah, I'm not saying decide now. I'm just saying let's chat about it.
I think so originally they were separate. It looks like they're trying to collaborate and collapse into one, but then still trying to survive to be separate. I think we got to kind of wait and see.
Can we agenda it and have it as a discussion item sometime?
Yeah, we
60
can
days from
revisit
now
it.
or whatever?
The fees, revisit the fee.
Yeah.
Look at Angela.
We should probably talk about the fees at the next board meeting, so we don't pay them for, if we say we don't want to pay a portion of fees, we don't pay the portion of fees that Angela already has the bill for.
Oh, for July 1? Or is
Oh,
it?
no, I don't have the new bill. It's just when I looked at that and that noticed that we have the replacement for CCBE, then I took it to Jason for him to take a look at it, because I'm like, and I actually reached out to, I think his name is Aaron Davis from the CS, what the difference was between the two. And he just says ACCB is separate.
Right.
And this is what is going to continue to be on our invoice, but I think it's negotiable if we want to pay for that. But
Why, well, can we just, do we have a consensus to agenda this thing in June?
Have further discussion? Sure.
Yeah.
So moved.
Agenda, yeah.
So moved.
As long as we have all of the information, I think that's the key.
If we don't, then we just bump it and.
Yeah.
But I think it's good to stay on top of it. So we can make a decision.
Agendize our CSBA dues
Yeah.
and what we're paying for.
I think money's gonna get tight, not maybe this coming year, but it's gonna get tight. And I
everyone
think we
will
have
be
to
looking.
rethink some of this stuff.
I think every board will be having the same conversation and looking at the fees and seeing if we're being put fiduciaries over our funding.
we're a county board.
Yes.
So they don't see the same fees as you with this other little item.
Yeah, but the other county
No,
boards
that-
are the same.
I mean, but going back to.
In my comments, I'll talk more about this because of what other county boards are doing with those fees. There we go.
Okay,
We gotta go back
that's the
to
agenda for next month.
But so,
So,
We're moving second.
I showed you two have an interest in.
yeah, we gotta finish
This conference.
I'm interested, but can I call you tomorrow? If you said you need to make the reservation early bird.
That's if you're trying to take advantage of the early bird.
I would take advantage of the early bird. I just haven't talked to my family about it.
That's okay, but it's just about getting a vote. Because by the time you come back to the next board meeting.
Sure, that's a good point. So that I'm interested in, for now, but I can get back to you before you pay for it.
How much is the early bird save?
I don't know that. We just got this.
I don't know, yeah, it's $549 is the early bird price, but.
Well, anyway.
Or it's 629. Yeah, the next, from June 27th to August 7th will be $629 versus the early bird rate of $546.
So it's only like $75.
$bucks per person.
I would say, yeah. If you still want to go after June, it's only $75.
I'll let you know in the next couple.
But that's registration
Okay.
also being.
Okay,
I'm, you know,
any other travel requests or
you can always
discussion?
cancel.
yeah, you can't go.
Oh, can you get your money back if you cancel? Now, we keep stumping.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no other travel requests, discussion? Let's talk about travel expenses and reimbursements.
If cancellations are received by July 10th, you can get a full refund.
Okay,
So we'll motion to begin the travel process. I'll motion to begin the travel process for Marcy, myself, and Kimberly for the September CSBA County Board Members Conference. Oh, I think I got the name right.
Yeah, so moved.
yeah, because I guess we could change our mind in June if we want to. Okay, so it's moved and seconded, I guess.
No one seconded. Did you say?
Didn't you? He just moved.
Okay, second thing.
Good. Oh,
President Paul?
Yep, yes.
Vice President Masamoto?
Yes.
Member Burton?
Yes.
Member Robles?
Yes.
Member Tappan Munson?
Yes.
Okay, now we'll move on to travel expenses, approval of reimbursement for Itzy Robles, CSBA County Board Governance Workshop.
Can I just say something? I don't know what's customary, but I like to travel with my babies, and so I did ask to have 2 beds instead of 1 bed, and so that was an additional cost for about $220. So I wanted to see if maybe I would take that off of the reimbursement, the $329 off of that, so that way it's a cost that
$220?
I think it's $220 extra.
Oh, for the other bed was $220?
So,
Is there a difference in price between a?
That much?
The group rate did not include any options, just the king size bed with this particular conference. I don't know why.
And
I
they
didn't give
charge
her options for two beds. It just was 1 bed. And so.
And they charge you $200 to wheel in another bed?
For 2 days. No. We got her a 2-bedroom with a block of rooms if the group rate wasn't being offered with 2 beds. I don't know why. It was weird.
Interesting. Well,
What's the report?
okay, so then it would be 200 and something bucks on top of the 329?
no, it would
No,
be
it'd be
$329 to $220, so that I only get reimbursed about $100 instead for the difference of what taking my babies with me would have been, so that it doesn't come out of just.
But you also got paid for mileage?
Well, this is for the mileage. The $329 is for the mileage, just the mileage.
Oh.
But we paid an extra $220 for me to have an extra bed. So I wanted to see if we can just take the $220 off.
Oh, I see. We've already paid the other one.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So that way it's not like, I bought an extra bed for my babies and.
Okay, well, Cheryl, entertain a motion. Which way do you want to go?
Not a bottomless pit, but when you have a child that young, it's pretty hard to not travel with.
I mean, the fact that they didn't offer two beds in
It's
that
just
range,
strange. It's-
that's
very
a
rare.
weird thing.
21 years, I have never seen that before.
I will say, I fully appreciate your sentiment, but I'm gonna motion to approve your $329.90 in reimbursement. We all have families and we all have family responsibilities that take us away from this.
And it's not your fault they didn't have a two-bed option.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll second it.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Ready to vote?
President Trump?
Yes.
Vice President Masimoto?
Yes.
Member Burton?
Yes.
Member Robles? Member Pass.
Okay.
No.
Any receipt of correspondence? And comments by board members?
I'm just going to let you know that I'm headed to Delegate Assembly, CSBA Delegate Assembly this weekend, and I will report to you what all happens there, talking about, the governor's budget and legislative issues and policy issues for CSBA. So I'll try to assess where all of our colleagues are in Region 14 in terms of their boards' interest in both organizations.
That'd be a good topic to discuss.
And where are you traveling to? Sacramento. All right. And I'm looking for a place to eat. Somebody has a recommendation for dinner.
What area is Sacramento?
Oh, I'm downtown. I could go anywhere. I'm connected with a friend and
How close is?
I don't want to be right where everybody else is. That's an aside.
Okay. Anything else? Oh, Itzy? Comments? Okay.
Yeah, so I recently, if you guys didn't know, hopefully you're getting emails from the association, ACCBE, I won't even try to say their name. They had their board meeting actually this week. I think it was on Tuesday. And unlike some other board meetings, it's just open, so anybody can attend. So I attended to listen. What are they talking about? They actually talked about not paying the Region 14 dues. And specifically, it was Yvonne Chan from LA County, which is the largest contributor to those, and they refused to pay them. Said that they would not be paying those memberships. They would only pay CSBA memberships. And then they specifically asked CSBA if they would be prohibited from attending the conference in September. And CSBA said no.
Said no, you're not prohibited.
You are not prohibited. You're welcome to come. You pay the fee to come to the conference. So I will call it an interesting time across the state. I was rather impressed with, I guess, their financial report. Their financial report was that they're sitting with $87,000 in reserves. And for an organization that I think is only, I call them building a plane while it's flying, that's pretty impressive. Another thing that they reported was there are 3 different bills that they're supporting at the state as their board. They are also in discussions with the Stewart Foundation and the Irving Foundation to become partners with them and support their foundation, their items. There have been some comments that have been made about their organization that I hope that you're all getting I know I'm getting them, so I don't know if you guys are, but I know that I get the invitations for items that they're doing. Like on the 19th, they have the State Assembly chairperson of the Education Committee will actually be giving a presentation for county board members. That is, I think, already the 4th item like that they've done this year. So, I mean, they're very active at becoming involved in providing services. And some people have commented to them that they feel like they've gotten more support, more people doing presentations, bringing people together more than the old CCBE ever did, or that CSBA is currently offering to counties. And so it seemed they talked about that as their real goal and focus, is to continue to provide content that is not just a newsletter, but they're actual like webinars that we can all attend. that are with state leaders in education and people who are advocating for us to partner with us. So kind of been impressive about that. They are talking about having almost like a mini conference to do like more goal setting as an organization. Some of those things kind of need to be fleshed out a little bit more. So they're talking about doing like a 1-day meeting with people. And then they have a request from all county boards that are members that we would agendize appointing a person as a primary contact to them so that all their communications would come directly to that person. I think they kind of consider it like, they're calling it like a future leadership academy. Like you would be that person who was doing those communications, moving those items through. And so if we wanted to agendize that and talk about our committee assignments again in our next meeting, we could bring our full committee assignments back up and look at what those are and make adjustments as necessary.
Piggybacking on that, I've attended a number of those online meetings and they are moving and grooving. That, and you're offering a lot of online opportunities like the Suchi event. Or in my experience.
Yeah, so that's where I will say they are moving, shaking, and they're charging forward. And I honestly think the Superintendents Association has been very supportive with them of helping them move forward. And they've been trying to really partner, and it's kind of amazing the resources that are being pulled together by, I will call, a very small, very dedicated group who I still don't know how they have enough time to do what they're doing.
They may be using some of the California County Soups materials as a presentation on community schools. They sort of repackage it. It's not a bad way to communicate, though. We should all have the equal and same amount of information.
Yeah, I think their biggest item is the county board member handbook. They attempted to engage CSBA on it, and CSBA said we will have no association with you guys. We will not co-participate with you. So that was sort of disappointing. But the Superintendents Association was like, absolutely, we will look at material revisions to it that might need to be done.
Or more valuable with the Superintendent Association anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And which Kimberly?
ACCBE.
Oh, I am all well. Just grateful to be here with you all. Let's see what's going on a lot. Glad to see the African American Museum was here and they came and reported out and that they were able to utilize the funds that we were able to get over to them as the chair. Thank you, co-chair, for all of your diligent work and working and getting things facilitated.
Okay. Yeah, I just for completeness, the speaker for the community input, do we want to agenda her concern? She lives in Dinuba, which is Tulare County. So anyway, I have my own opinion on that, but
That charter hasn't existed for 2 years. It's a magnet school of the district.
right. Okay, so I mean, what does she want to do?
She misspoke.
She
Or
misspoke.
misunderstands the status of that school.
I remember when it got closed, but I thought they still, aren't they operating?
Not as a charter.
Not as a charter.
It's a school. It's a magnet school of
Of Sanger, and that's it.
Why? She spoke here before, and I think that was when they were doing that transition, right?
Right, so why wouldn't Sanger just keep it going?
That's their decision. Has nothing to
Yeah,
do with us.
it's up to them, but we're out of it, but I was just wondering what all.
As a charter?
No, it wouldn't be as a charter, it would be as a magnet.
I think they're a magnet, they're not a charter now.
Well, anyway, just out of completeness.
Just let her have her time to speak, and it's more appropriate probably for her to talk to the superintendent.
Yeah, that's fine, but I just,
No.
it's important
That's fine by me.
that, since we're on TV, it's important that we let the public know that we talked about it and how to handle it, that's all.
And that that's not normal behavior to stop our meeting and allow. someone
Usually
to
not.
return.
No,
to speak, but I
usually
think that was kind that we allowed her time, even if she came out of town. It was late for the public comment portion of the meeting. Thank you, Dr. Clyde.
Okay, on to superintendent's report.
I'll be brief. We've had some amazing events thus far. ROP Advisory Night, our Goodwill Picnic, Pillar Awards. Thank you to all of you who joined us for the Court School Spaghetti Luncheon and served with such grace. Elementary Science Olympiad, the Young Authors Fair was really moving as usual. And then we had the best Kids Day ever. It was in partnership with the Chaffee Zoo, which is the first year we've done that. I always carve out time to come and be part of the opening and then go off to more meetings. Next year, I'm committed to spending the full day there. We had 1,500 students. We had 500 special education staff. We had about 200 volunteers from our team. So if you want an immersive experience in Team FCSS and our students, that is the place to be on that day for as many hours as you can spare. And again, to the tune of Chaffee Zoo was a wonderful, wonderful partner of ours. And that has what's taken place in the last month or so. I joked with our superintendents this morning that it's the season for testing, proms, and graduations, oh my, because really it's a busy, busy time. And we had a full house today, lots going on, mostly pretty extraordinary outcomes for kids happening in our schools. Few really difficult situations, but good time spent with our superintendents in fellowship even today and really working hard on elevating powerful teaching and learning. For us at FCSS coming up, we have the Foster Youth event. Again, you heard Josh say we'll have 128 students at Pardini's tomorrow. Then we also have Picture the Valley. We have CTEC graduation, Worsley graduation. I will also mention to you that for the second year in a row, we're honoring our Goodwill retirees. That's on June 4th. We have BHEA graduation, and all of these will be sent to you via the emailed information on date, time, place. And then finally, I'll just remind you that our next board meeting is sort of off schedule, and that is in recognition of Juneteenth, which is on the third Thursday of June. So we have our next board meeting on June 17th. Again, what a year. Appreciative to everyone for their work. I'm sorry.
I was just looking at Marcy, just to let her know it's a trust board meeting.
That evening at like 6 o'clock is a trustee association meeting as well. And then also
Selma.
Yeah, we'll be
In
clipping
Selma.
along.
I'll just end again on a personal note. I will miss you all for the next few days because my son Quade is graduating. Something about having your baby graduate, friends. He is graduating, going off truly into the wild blue yonder, my friends. Anyways, privileged to do this work with each and every one of you.
Yeah.
So thinking about it, I wanted to thank you for, I was reading your response to some grand jury items about board trainings and ethics and understanding the Brown Act and how to conduct ourselves. And the effort that you and your staff went through with Jason and his staff to put on that training for board members that if you attended it, you saw that they truly needed it. And they need to be reminded of it, and the way that we responded to support our school districts, from the largest in the county that were there to get some training to some of the smallest school districts. Showing that we're sort of ahead of the curve on that, of some of those items that may have been commented about some districts and their board members' knowledge of Brown Act and what is a violation and how do they conduct themselves as board members, that your office continues to support us. I think that each one of us would say that I'll call us like the demonstration space for the example, and that we continue to conduct ourselves in such a manner, and we should all be proud of that, and that a lot is because of your effort and your staff's effort.
Compliments to Marty.
For clarification about the next board meeting, that was part of our decision and when we did the calendar change. I missed it on my calendar.
Juneteenth is on that Thursday. That legal holiday, our office is closed. So that's why we have changed that and we did it in our organization.
I'm just gonna say, it's a real problem, and I know it's hindsight with our standing trustees board association board meeting, not just for me, but for Angela and for Dr. Lyra. It's at the regular time.
I'm a stickler
Right.
for following and honoring calendars. This is a pretty unique situation with a legal holiday.
I mean, I understand the legal, and I apologize that I didn't change my calendar, but now I'm really bummed about 2 meetings in a row that this has happened with our trustees.
I don't know how common it is for us to be off schedule. Certainly not
It's
twice.
not that often.
twice.
It just happens to be the last
Twice in 1 year
2.
is very.
The last one was a real hassle.
Your agenda items? Okay, move on for, entertain a motion for closure of the meeting.
So moved.
So moved and seconded. Any discussion? Vote.
I'm sorry, the second.
Okay, President Klein?
Yes.
Vice President Montanaro? Yes. Member Burton?
Yes.
Member Robles?
Yes.
Member Tuckscott?
Yes.
Okay, meeting adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.